I am Thane Askeladd of Whiterun. Well, that is who I am today. My true name was given by my mother, a woman of the Reach. I've been a bandit, a thief, a sword for hire. I've had many mentors and masters, but through sheer circumstance, or perhaps fate itself, I have found myself in Skyrim and am slowly uncovering the latent potential within my blood. I've spoken to the Greybeards and have accepted their teachings. My thumb is unlike any others according to them. But now I'm off to Kynesgrove to slay another dragon and find out more about their sudden reappearance. Alright, welcome back. Askeladd looking nice and snug and warm on top of High Hrothgar. But we've just learned Fusrodar, so we can go like this. And now we're going to go to Kynesgrove and kill a dragon. Aola must be freezing. But anyway, let's go to Bonestrewn Crest. And that's where we're going to basically head on. And we're continuing along with the main quest now. Like I said, just to recap, we do sort of... Oh my god, look at this beautiful orange. What we are doing with this character... Actually, real quick, sorry. Do we have Grand Soul Gems to fill? No. If not, I was going to bother with the Giants. But anyway, what we're doing with this character is... Now that he has a main storyline kind of motivation, I guess, that's outside of just, oh, you're a chosen one, Dragonborn, or whatever. You know, through our role-playing, his motivation really is to become a... more or less like a champion who can release the Reachman people. Like he's seen the diminished state of the Reachmen, you know, with Madanark in jail, and like granted, they're out now, they're out of jail, but they're still just, you know, freedom fighters in the hills. They don't really have any path to freedom necessarily. They're just sort of like, yeah, we're going to you know, we're just gonna kill Nords and harass them until one day we get a kingdom. And, you know, Askeladd sort of looks at that. And it's sort of the same way. I guess it's kind of a similar feeling to when he heard stories from his mother talking about Phelan. And then there was that moment when his father, Olaf, was about to cut his mother down. He's like, you know, Phelan's not coming to save them. It's just not... it's just not real, you know what I mean? Like you got to take things into your own hands. And yeah, so Askeladd is taking things into his own hands. You know, Madanark's there doing his thing in the meantime, but we're going to get the real power and you know, truly become someone who can do something about the situation of the Reachmen under the Nordic boot, rather than just sort of fruitlessly, arguably fruitlessly, I'd say, just railing against it. You know, man, I do love this whole, you know, I've sort of been talking throughout this Let's Play about appreciating Skyrim again and sort of seeing it through a vanilla lens again. But like, even all of this like steaming crag stuff, the whole idea that we've got like a volcanic kind of activity happening here underneath the land, and it's really, really cool. It's something that I think is relatively easy to forget about, that Skyrim does actually have really diverse environments. In subtle ways, like they still maintain this Nordic feel overall, but you know, it's still, a lot of the territory looks like Northern Europe, which is kind of what you want. But it's got, you know, just that little bit of spice. Oh, a dragon. Aldor. Alright, let's smooth weather transition there.
No, you don't want to go up there. A dragon, it...
Well, I don't know. I don't know what it's doing up there, but I'm not waiting around to find out. Too late.
Off to kill a dragon.
Lorcan's eyes. Look at that big bastard. Keep your head down. Let's see what it does.
I guess this was a kind of a cool twist, to be honest. That like, oh, it's not dragons just coming back through portals or something, but Alduin's literally going around resurrecting them, which was kind of cool. I love how he magically detects me. Actually, I should increase sneak a little bit more, honestly.
Salokunir, Zil Gro Tova Ursa. Sled.
First mover advantage, let's go. Let's man, this staff, I feel like if I was using it with a one-handed combo, it would actually just be too much of a essentially a hack. Like, it's ultimately, if you were just using the staff with, like, say, an axe or something.
Now it's my turn.
I am Salokunir. Hear my voice and despair.
Here he comes crashing. That was pretty epic if he didn't sort of like disappear. Let me, oh, quick save, just so. Yeah. Remember, for the real OGs, I'm talking like 2013, 2014 kind of thing. We used to start a lot of our builds off like this, like we'd fight a dragon and sort of do this like panning shot of absorbing a dragon soul. Pretty cool. Take a look.
You really are Dragonborn. I owe you some answers, don't I? Go ahead. Whatever you want to know. Nothing held back. I'm one of the last members of the Blades. A very long time ago, the Blades were dragon slayers, and we served the Dragonborn, the greatest dragon slayer. For the last 200 years since the last Dragonborn Emperor, the Blades have been searching for a purpose. Now that dragons are coming back, our purpose is clear again. We need to stop them. Exactly. Nobody even remembers our name these days. We used to be known across Tamriel as the protectors of the Septim Emperors. Those days are long gone, though. For the last 200 years, we've been searching for the next Dragonborn to guide and guard, as we are sworn to do. But we never found one, until now.
Alright, what's our next move?
The first thing we need to do is figure out who's behind the dragons. The Thalmor are our best lead. If they aren't involved, they'll know who is. Before the Great War, the Blades helped the Empire against the Thalmor. Our Grand Master saw them as the greatest threat to Tamriel. At the time, that was true. Maybe it still is. So we fought them in the shadows, all across Tamriel. We thought we were more than a match for them. We were wrong. Nothing solid, yet. But my gut tells me it can't be anybody else. The Empire had captured Ulfric. The war was basically over. Then a dragon attacks, Ulfric escapes, and the war is back on. And now the dragons are attacking everywhere, indiscriminately. Skyrim is weakened. The Empire is weakened. Who else gains from that but the Thalmor? If we could get into the Thalmor embassy, it's the center of their operations in Skyrim. Problem is, that place is locked up tighter than a miser's purse. They could teach me a few things about paranoia. I'm not sure yet. I have a few ideas, but I'll need some time to pull things together. Meet me back in Riverwood. If I'm not back when you get there, wait for me. I shouldn't be long. Keep an eye on the sky. This is only going to get worse.
Okay. Thalmor Embassy, huh? Oh. I am going to pick up those fur gauntlets only to give them to Aola, who decided to not take part in this fight, I guess. But the main reason being is that the Forsworn armor kept sort of glitching out and looking ugly. Like I was clipping off the hands and wrists. But yeah, okay, what's the next move? Do you know what I might do? Is I might actually just go and like discover at least the stables. Oh, you know what? I don't even have... Actually, I will, just in case there's a Kashyyyk caravan. I'm going to head over towards Windhelm. What I will have to do, I think, is... Not have to do, but might want to do, is even go through... from Markarth and head towards Solitude from there and actually go to Meridia's Shrine and do that quest. Mainly because I think it would be a good addition to have Dawnbreaker. We could get some one-handed XP and just use... Like, I'm kind of with this character... you know, you've probably gathered this a bit already, but Askeladd's a little bit of a jack-of-all-trades, a little bit of an opportunist. He knows a little bit of magic. He knows a little bit of, you know, archery and sneak. He knows a little bit of enchanting and smithing. He can, you know... make sets of armor to help him however he needs. You know, he can also, you know, he can use a variety of implements. He can use a staff. And it would be good if he could use a Dawnbreaker. It would just really help clear through one-handed dungeons and,
I welcome you, friend.
yeah,
How may I serve you?
up his one-handed skill so he can get a little more free XP, to be honest. But it kind of fits him using... the tools of the trade, like whatever tool's going to give him the best advantage rather than what he's most familiar with, you know what I mean? A little bit of an opportunist, I sort of said. These are cool. We are going to make a build utilizing these kinds of things for sure. But yeah, we'll talk about that when the time is right. Okay. He doesn't really... Oh, he does have some Grand Soul Gems. I might actually pick them up. Like, look, we've got so much money. So I'm actually just going to buy him out. And everything I just spent then, like, I should be able to make a good amount of it back. I can take the Amethyst. Dragon Bones. You can have... I'll keep the gold ore in case we sort of make... Look, I'm not going to be using that. Have a museum pamphlet. See some scrolls. Don't need that one. We can probably... look, we just aren't using potions enough, period. So we'll hold that. That's always useful to hold. Take those. Take that. Take that. Yeah, I'm not too gone on, like... We're just not needing to increase health and stamina and stuff. Like, health, you know, restoration ones are always good if they're going to give you back health, magic, or stamina. But I don't know, Skyrim, I never really think to use them. Don't need those. Arguably, they're kind of good, but, like... I bet you'll... Like, I'm thinking, like, maybe I'll hold on to them if we're using Dawnbreaker trying to get XP, but, like... You know what? I guarantee I'll forget to use them, but we'll hold on to them. We'll sell those. We can actually just ditch this Elven Hunter armor. These are too good to hold on to, I think. Well, I'll put them somewhere. Or... You know what? I'm going to do the controversial thing, and I'm going to sell them. Because, you know what? We're getting our own enchantments, equaling that, and it encourages us to make our own sets of armor. I'm only holding on to them because of Forsworn kind of stuff. And in reality, even the sneak one, like, we could make a better group of sneak gear. Sell these bows. Sell that. We'll hold on to that, obviously. Yeah. I'll hold them. I just got to give them to Aola. Weapons. We can sell that. I'm just going to sell all those steel arrows. Or maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I'll take those steel arrows back. I don't know if I just screwed myself if I like counts as a sell, but I got big money and, you know, I'm getting speech XP, why not? Let's actually, I was just going to say, let's make the switch. There we go. We're now doing, we can deal in steel arrows and it'll look a little bit, whoops.
May your road lead you to warm
Yeah.
sands.
What an upgrade.
Roads and ways of all kinds, and all can be yours.
I'll just, it's this last location here. Brandy Mug Farm. Okay. Let's move along to...
Come and see what
Ooh.
goods I offer.
Okay. Don't worry, my brain's working now. Let's... We'll do Meridia's Break of Dawn is what we're going to do next. Because it's kind of locationally in a similar... Where's a nice route? Let's do a little bit more discovery and spend some time in the Reach. Like, why not? I think. I don't know why it's such a big decision. It's like, yeah, I could just take a cart and go, but... Am I about to take a cart and go? I'm sorry, I'm about to take a cart and go. Can't decide. Alright. Take me to Solitude.
Climb and back, and we'll be off. You'd best hurry it up.
Okay, it's dark too, so just getting that landmark. We won't go into Solitude yet. We're going to go to Kilcreath. The only appeal of getting more stamina really is so we can have more sprint time. And I guess also we could get, look at that, more bow draw, like zoom time, but we weren't really even going steady hand. I don't know if I really should, because also I can enchant stuff to boost my stamina, which is just enough. Like, oh, hold on. The OG way of traveling. Sprint, 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 whirlwind, sprint. Depending on some of the scaling, this boss can actually be reasonably tough. Oh, yeah, let's just,
It's an honor to see you, the keeper of Namira's ring.
I did say that.
No. I'm honored to be leading the latest generation.
What do you want me to carry?
Yeah, she's got that on, and that does give destruction boost, and she uses destruction. Plus, she's got a... Oh, I do need a new greatsword. I keep saying that, but... What was I giving her? The fur gauntlets.
Let's get going then.
Look, I'm gonna be honest, it all does kind of look a little silly.
Namira, watch over you, champ.
What do you want me to carry?
I'm actually... She kind of looks better in her like default gear even. Yeah, why not? Just leave it default. And then I can just sell that armory the
Look
old
at my
gods.
temple lying in ruins. So much for the constancy of mortals, their crafts and their hearts. If they love me not, how can my love reach them?
That's actually a useful shout. Let's go with Elemental Fury. Although, I can't remember. It doesn't. You can't do it on enchanted swords, is it? I can't remember. Yeah, that's right. When we get a new great sword or something, I'll keep in mind not to enchant it, and we can use it to just get that random, like, really quick flurry of things. But we'll keep Unrelenting Force on as the default because, real quick. So I know we've got some silver ore.
Restore to me my beacon, that I might guide you toward your destiny. It is time for my splendor to return to Skyrim. But the token of my truth lies buried in the ruins of my once great temple, now tainted by a profane darkness skittering within.
Volkahar Castle.
The necromancer Malkaran defiles my shrine with vile worse still, he uses the power. I have brought you here, mortal, to be my champion. You will enter my temple, retrieve my artifact, and destroy the defiler.
Doesn't sound like I really have a choice in the
But
matter.
a single candle can banish the darkness of the entire void. If not you, then someone else. My beacon is sure to attract a worthy soul. But if you are wise, Malkaran has forced the door shut. Guide my light through the temple to open the inner sanctum and destroy the...
I like seeing Skyrim from such a high angle. Okay, I honestly, from, obviously with this character, he can do a lot of the Daedric quests because he's just, it's the type, I like this kind of character for a somewhat completionist type build because he is a, he's got that kind of, go with the flow, whatever brings him, good stuff, good gear and weapons and power. And he also doesn't have any apprehension to the Daedra because of his Reachman upbringing, but really he kind of had a Nordic upbringing plus his mother telling him lots of stuff. And, culturally he's not afraid of the Daedra. We should sneak a little more, because I'm kind of just relying on the sneak attacks to get our experience up. I remember being so careful with things initially, with lockpicking and such. But man, it's so easy to get lockpicks. So I don't really care about breaking them or wasting them. I'll gladly just go through the motions, And I don't know if it's how I'm a pretty I kind of loot a lot in every game. Sometimes I've given build advice or something that I think applies to me, but I know in New Vegas and stuff, I always end up with 80 stim packs or something all the time. I end up with a lot of gear. That's not a chest. Fun fact, in Skyrim, I used to actually sell potions because I hated the idea of having an inventory. Like, I don't know why. It's something I used to do in the old games, and I never realized how much easier the game could be. I really like what they did with Meridia in Elder Scrolls Online. Like, they make her... it's kind of like a... what would you call it? An inverse of the stereotype. Like, she's very much a, oh yeah, you know, purge the undead, holy light kind of vibe. But it's taken to an extreme in ESO, and she becomes a really obsessive sort of, you know, making everything, you know, like I forgot what they're called, the husks or something, that she basically makes knights out of people and burns out their entire personality until nothing is left but sort of her will through them. And it's a cool angle, I think. Like, I just think it makes her seem more like a Daedric prince, and the idea, you know, obviously it's always been there, but she was cast out from the Magna Gi for consorting with illicit spectra. And, you know, we've had theories about whether that illicit spectra was consulting with Lorcan, but there are also some other characters. I think it was in the Khajiit mythology, I'm not sure, so don't take my word for it, but that she was claimed to be allied with Molag Bal or something like that. I can't quite remember. Or maybe it was another Daedric prince, but there was another Daedric prince that's, like, theoretically could be that illicit spectre. Whoops, that was the wrong spell. What am I doing? We do have to fill those grand soul gems too, so I will find a giant. Whoa. I feel like Askeladd's really becoming an archer. Can't remember if the level... No, it's not. Oh, I guess those fur gauntlets too may as well. The flawed Vala stone thing, that's really cool. I hope we can get our hands on a better one later. I mean, it's kind of OP as well. Like, I imagine it... maybe not. I'm not sure, but if there were like... this is flawed. It seems to only go up to common, but if you can get one that has grand souls... Where is it? There it is. Somewhere there. All that for 16 gold.
What a sight.
This is the lockpicking Let's Play. Like, there's little downside, I feel like, to not having lockpicking perks, except for, like, the time or the ease of it. Like, because you can get heaps of lockpicks easy, and then every time you fail, your XP just goes up, and Whoops. Okay, cool. Lots of good stuff. Let's just take all that. I'm just trying to get my sneak up a little bit, so maybe if I can get to hidden. Or not. Just got off that oak flesh. Okay. Why not? Nothing's gonna compare to the Bow of Shadows. Whoops. I thought he was going to steal. Man, sometimes like AI dodging, well, obviously it doesn't feel natural. Oh, I've got to remember I've got Dragon Skin as an ability, which is really useful, especially when you're in any of those tough mage fights. Look, Breton also is one of the more OP races. The magic resistance and their ability, which I don't mind. Sometimes it's fun to have a clear OP character or race. Just because, I don't know, I find a little more challenge out of playing the other ones sometimes. I mean, the exact opposite of what I'm doing here, but I don't know. I think balance is important in any RPG, but not to the same degree as it would be in, say, an MMO or something, or anything multiplayer. Like, it's just, you don't have to go super hard on it. Okay. So, no. Pardon me. Let's have a look-see. Nothing. Well, some of those have a decent amount of money. Hey, they're all actually... Man, I really should have been looting those corpses. So far, they all seem to have like 50, 60 gold, and that will stack up. Spikes could have hit me. Oh, is it just down the thing? I can't remember. I'm not really paying attention to the quest marker. That's right. Into the sanctum. Or the catacombs. Okay. Whoops. Let's just actually use two-handed for a bit. Let's just use dragon skin or I'm never going to use it. Oh, cool. They've put in the Creation Club Lich Robes. Oh, that's right. This guy has a, I'll just level up. Has a, shade. Okay. Let's not... Let's just keep doing health. Was it that I can get? Yes, but I'm also thinking... Is there anything... 80% stronger? I mean, could make new gear. But then we're also coping so fine. We don't need smithing. I think if anything I said sneak, didn't I? Oh no, was it? Oh no, we got that. So there's light armor as well. But we're doing so fine. I just don't have the same... Yeah, let's go up sneak. We're using it a fair bit, I think. So I think that's fair. We'll go the magic resistance one next. Oh, I took the final kill.
The Defiler is defeated. Take Dawnbreaker from its pedestal.
Yeah, look at this. Necromancer Hood of Magicka and Necromancer Robes of Quickening. These are, in my opinion, much better looking than the default. The other ones that were around. Oh, there's free gold. I don't know what I just picked up. Yeah, look, it's adding up. Like, this is like hundreds of gold. Alright, let's take Dawnbreaker.
Malkaran is vanquished. Skyrim's dead shall remain at rest. This is as it should be. This is because of you. A new day is dawning, and you shall be its herald. Take the mighty Dawnbreaker, and with it purge corruption from the dark corners of the world. Wield it in my name, that my influence...
Okay, there we go. I'll keep the sword, but find someone else to spread your religion.
The plant cares nothing for the rays that bring it the warmth of the sun. As you carry Dawnbreaker, so will my light touch the world.
Okay, cool. But am I going to go back inside, or did I just absolutely get teleported out from the boss chest? Yeah, I did. I'm assuming there was a boss chest there, but look, at the end of the day, I think we'll be fine. Dawnbreaker. New sword. What's the stone up there? It's Steed. Alrighty, well, what to do? We're doing the Thalmor Embassy next. But I did want to... There's no giants around here for sure. We need, Yeah, okay, let's go back to Callus Farm and we'll go up. We'll do the Thalmor Embassy. Okay. What was I? Something I was gonna do. Do this and I'm blanking on what I was gonna do, but it's fine. Up we go into Solitude. We can sell off some stuff, enchant some... Oh, I was going to check on that quest. Yeah, the Battle of Champions quest. Persuade the legate to make... Although I feel like we'd probably steal the pelts. I think. Because I feel like... I don't know. Like, in regards to anything Civil War, Stormcloaks... We left with Ralof because he was a fellow prisoner, but I'm not exactly, like, committed to the Nordic cause, but definitely not the Imperials either. Like, let's not forget, Imperials have also been involved in the subjugation of the Reachmen for, like, ages, you know? Empress Hester and the Empire. Oh, here we go.
I've been looking for you.
Courier time.
Got something I'm supposed to deliver. A letter. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Items delivered. Some of this... I've got to get rid of some of this. That's the dinner invitation for the... What do you call it? A blood moon? Oh, it's telling us... Yeah, that's right. I almost forgot about those. Oh, no, I'll find a barrel to just toss them in.
If you've come to Solitude to join the Legion, speak to Rika.
They can't hurt Uncle Rogvir. Tell them he didn't do it.
Positions.
It's quick.
Sorry, you need to go home. Go home and stay there until your mother comes.
Such an atmosphere when you first come in.
Traitor!
His
Yeah.
High King. Best she know now, Advar.
You
betrayed us.
Rogver, you helped Ulfric Stormcloak escape the city after he murdered High King Torrig. By opening that gate for Ulfric, you betrayed the people of Solitude. He doesn't deserve this!
I just remembered what I was going to do. It's recharging the staff. That was
no
it.
Murder. Ulfric challenged Torrig. He beat the High King in fair combat. Such is our way. Such is the ancient custom of Skyrim and all Nords. Boo! On this day, I go to Sovngarde.
What a show.
A man opens a gate and they cut his head off? Doesn't seem right to me.
All right, let's... Oh. We're meeting her in Riverwood. I completely forgot. Damn. Maybe that was my hesitation before. Oh well, we're here, so let's start going into the stores and start selling off stuff.
Good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. You're a traveler, correct? Have you been to Whiterun? Wonderful.
I'm actually the Thane of
I hadn't really
Whiterun.
hoped to run into someone. My daughter Fura was assigned to Whiterun. I haven't heard from her lately. I've tried talking to Captain Aldous, but he hasn't been any help. Well, I guess it was unlikely. I'm sorry to waste your time. So you're interested in my potions and ingredients?
I actually just want to sell you a bunch of stuff. Okay, I
Forget me next
didn't
time.
even have any dragon bones or anything to sell. So, Can we talk to this beggar now? I just want to get his little charity bonus.
Man opens a gate and they
Okay, obviously
Be
not.
careful.
Doesn't seem right to me.
Might be a good move to go here, sell off whatever clothes.
Oh, let me take a look.
Sell off that, sell off that, sell off that. I generally try and go to like the specialty stores first and sell off, and then hit the general trader last, because obviously they're going to have the stuff, the biggest range. They can kind of sell whatever you've got left over. Whereas if you go sell like weapons, say to the smith,
There's no end to the needs of the Imperial.
sorry, if you go sell all your stuff to the general merchant, then you go to the smith, and it's like you might have some swords left or something left, but you, clothes or something left, but you can't sell them. Arguably, we could enchant some of this, but we're finding heaps of stuff. We might have to disenchant that, actually. We got that way early in the game. Sell that off. We can sell those. No, we'll make... Actually, let's do a session of some smithing and such. What else can we... I'll take the silver ore. Why not?
Return.
Because then I can just start.
Arms or armor. My forge never rests.
We've got heaps of carry weight, but we can probably just pull down some of that leather into strips. Probably... Oh, definitely. Probably... We'll just leave it at that. Yeah, 194. I guess it's only slightly better, but... Okay, we are here to... make some stuff. Man, that costs a lot of leather. Because I'm pretty sure the leather armor we made before... Yeah, that's only... Oh no, for 1. Okay. So that... Anything cool we can... Animal collars. You can get pets. Obviously, we did the elytra earlier, but... Yeah. I don't think we're doing that. Let's do something straightforward. I wonder if it works off value. I can't remember. Oh, we can just make the straight up iron plate armor. Let's just showcase that. And then... Okay. So if you were to look at iron plate, it does look... I think it looks pretty cool. Just a bit different. A bit more like of a mercenary kind of vibe. It's a nice set. Obviously this isn't heavy armor. Or should we also dip in it? We've got, what, 1 point there? Not yet, but maybe it's like we could create a specialty set later. But you know what? With iron armor, we can make this literally any time. Because it's basic. Same thing with the leather. It's kind of why I like this leather look, is because it's really easy to basically replicate this again, if we ever need to.
Seems there's... Take a look.
To like re-enchant stuff. So we're not like wasting really quality stuff.
Return
Did I?
anytime you need
Can you not?
arms or armor. My forge never rests.
Oh, I guess you can't do I feel like I remember, like sometimes there's tips that I forget and I knew ages ago, but then like re-remember them, but I'm pretty sure I can remember goat hide not being able to be
I've got just what you need.
cut down. Which I absolutely should have sold. Why did I come here? I actually just wanted to maybe even just upgrade our arrows further. Bone arrows. Man, I'm not too gone on the giant dragon skull thing on the quiver. I don't know. Maybe it's just a me thing, but lots of ice arrows, lightning arrows. I might just add to the collection.
Perhaps I'll be seeing more of you.
Wait, does he offer?
True,
No, no
I may
trading.
look the part of dashing swordsman, but
Okay. Let's... You know what we will do? I'm going to see... Since we're in Solitude, let's see if we can just persuade to become Legate. And if we can't, we're going to do the Stormhold route. Because I'm assuming it's here.
If you need potions, head over to Angeline's Aromatics.
Stay sharp.
I'm telling you.
This is none of your concern, citizen.
He'd be in
Well, I got told, so that's not happening. Well, I did come here for the enchanting table. And let's see if... Yeah, I was right. Cool.
Riften, Dawnstar, and Winterhold support him.
It's not a cause. It's a rebellion.
Call it whatever you like, General.
Actually, maybe we will double back to Kynesgrove. I'm sure there's plenty cool to do in Solitude, but we'll kind of come back to it all. Let's just go to the final trader and sell whatever else. 3 kids standing in alignment. Nice. Just Skyrim things.
Beerens, take a look.
What did I want to get rid of? Goat hide for sure. Could sell that too. Get rid of that. We did those. Okay. We kind of went through it. We still haven't done any fishing. Don't know how much I want to either. Let's, why not? So let's just go ham and buy a lot of stuff. We'll try and... Maybe I won't now because... We'll want to keep that threshold, like the sort of... What's our enchanted stuff? 18%, sort of... 18, 27. Okay. Yeah, we kind of want to keep our threshold above... $10,000, I think, or gold. Drake's septums, whatever. Yeah. Okie dokie.
Spare some. Oh,
Have a gold piece. Now let's go to Kynesgrove. Steal the pelts in Kynesgrove. Yeah. Steal the pelts in Kynesgrove. Go to Windhelm, and then that starts that mission. And we'll get some pretty sick gear out of that. The Civil War champions, that is.
Seen the remnants of the grove?
Need something?
That? Well,
is it?
That was me. Me and my sister.
This is never gonna happen.
Get away from me.
I was just thinking, like, role-playing, like, is it suitable to kill her? And I'm like, I don't know. Let's just save and see what, if it's an option. Oh boy. This is... Can I just see though? Okay, that's still not a crime. And perhaps if Aola does the job. Aola the cannibal could be the... Okay. I told you Askeladd's not exactly a great guy. Like, he will do what he needs. I feel like that's kind of in line with the character from, you know, from Vinland Saga. Like, he's still like a raider, a Viking, and so taking inspiration from that, he doesn't mind killing off a Nord to pose as a champion in order to get good armor, basically. But I guess this will take us into Windhelm, which will be cool. We could explore Windhelm a little bit. I'm just trying to... I know at first I was trying to keep it... the story, like we hang out in each location a fair bit, and I'm still trying to do that, but it's hard with the main quest that takes you everywhere. Like, I was thinking we are going to do Azura's Star, because it's hella useful. And we'll probably just get the Black Star, because why not? It's not like I have any specific care for... what do you call it? Azura. But yeah, we'll sort of just duck into Windhelm and probably not spend a whole lot of time.
You eat our food, you pollute our city with your stink, and you refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
But we haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Greyskins don't help in the war is because they're Imperial spies.
Imperial spies? You can't be serious.
Maybe we'll pay you a visit tonight, little spy. We got ways of finding out what you really are.
Do you hate the Dark Elves? Are you here to bully us and tell us to leave? You've come to the wrong city then. Windhelm's a haven of prejudice and narrow thinking. Unworthy of...
Honestly, he doesn't really care about race. Like, he has things about, you know, the Nords and so on as culture. He doesn't like it. He's kind of like pro Reachman more than anti anything else, but he is part Nord, had a Nord upbringing, but kind of also doesn't like them. Do you know what?
To no good, are we?
It'll cost me.
But it'll cost you.
There we go. Got some training from a beggar, and now somehow that beggar's gonna be poor.
It's no secret the Aretino boys.
Algrif won't give us a straight answer.
He's a true Nord. He'll come around.
Don't be so sure of that. We've intercepted couriers from Solitude. The Empire's putting a great...
Doing a classic wake someone up in their bed.
The gods gave you two hands, and you use them both for your weapon.
Don't do this to me, guys. Get out of the way. I've come to disturb
Damn
you.
faithless Imperials. You've done well. Maybe you can help me. This won't be easy, but that's why I'm sending you. You got the grit to get this done? Good. You got real fire in you. I like that. Talos guide you.
Well, cool.
Next Imperial I see is dead.
So I guess it just happenstance we fell into it once again, leveraging his sort of knowledge of Nord culture and kind of just fitting in. I want to fit in. Wow. So this is all pretty powerful stuff. Pardon me. Storm Bear armor increases your health by 75. Oh man, all of this. Sun's Judgment. Well, we wanted a new two-handed weapon, so we got one. Stormbear Sword. Okay, this is filling up my inventory. It's alright, we got a companion too. Okay.
We've been soldiers a long time. We know them.
But if you wanted to see the armor, this is that.
Price of freedom. But people are still waiting.
It is it's a really cool set, I think. But yeah, so time to ditch the great sword. We're an axeman.
To wager.
Sun's judgment.
Families to think of.
How many of their sons and daughters follow your banner? We are their families.
Well,
it's pretty slow though. I will say, I often find that heavy armor has so many cool options. There's so many good heavy armors in the game. And a lot of the extra Creation Club stuff, DLC stuff. I mean, there's cool light armors too, don't get me wrong, but I do feel like there is more heavy
Begging
armors.
to attack Kyne's Grove. Why? Why there?
But I'll see what we'll do. I'm not sure. I haven't favorited that yet. Oh, damn. It would be down here now or something. I did favorite it. There we are. My bad. We've got transmute to do. Okay, so now that we're back, gonna come back to sort of the Whiterun area. We can come back to, we can kind of like loop in, revisit Whiterun, go to Riverwood, and clean up some stuff around here if we need be. As much as we're focusing on the main quest, I don't want to just sprint through it.
Huh?
Okay.
Never should have come here.
Okay. Let's go. Oh, she died. Okie dokie. So we got sprung by a dragon. What happened? That the saber cat stole my kill, man. Also clean it. Cool. All right. Just reminding you to save again. One thing I considered too was to actually use Aola to give her some of this Storm Bear armor or whatever. Not that she's a Stormcloak or anything, I just feel like it would work well. Like some of this enchanted gear is really powerful. I was considering getting the Lord's Mail. Mainly because, and that's heavy armor again, but because it's that same sort of style of, we got grass as Askeladd has. Sort of Roman style. Did that? They killed a saber cat. Mud crabs are fierce, man. I really resent the fucking kill cam. My bad. I said a naughty word. YouTube, don't demonetize me, please. Alright, first thing to test this. Oh, well. Thank you, Aola. So this is the homestead. The Tundra homestead. It's nice. They got a little orange. The autumn sort of rift trees. It's nice, it's quaint. It's got the little lanterns and... Oh, got another one of these. Okay.
Greetings, brother. You look weary. I have something to... Take a look.
What have you got for sale? Drugs. I'm gonna sell you an orcish dagger.
The finest skooma, the sweetest moon sugar, at a fair price. Ah, a snitch, huh? I'd have you running any guards now. Never.
Okay, now we can use Sun's judgment. Can I ask why I don't have a soul gem large enough? Don't I have a black? Oh, I already filled it. Okay, I see. Right. Ooh, try some moon sugar. Alright, let's go to do this champions battle. Should be pretty easy with the staff, to be honest. Next level up, I'm probably just going to make a new set of the leather gear and enchant it.
Damn faithless Imperials. Pleasant weather for a war, no?
Almost tasted.
For the Emperor! For the glory!
Okay.
of the Empire!
Oh, that was a whoopsie. You know, things happen. Yeah. Okay, where's... There he is. I hate these fights sometimes, just... There we are. This sort of... Wow, we've got a lot of stuff. I can't even pick that up yet. I hate getting those fights sometimes where you can't... you can't, you know, get in and around them. I don't know, what do we got? Fire, so double damage from bashing, fire resistance. Yeah, that's pretty tank. I gotta say, I think I do prefer the Imperial Dragon. Burns the target for 30 points. Maybe I will join the Imperials later. I don't know. Like, I just took part in that. That's not really, you know, joining either side 100%. Because I can always change later. I also do like Jarl Balgruuf, so that's another reason. Sometimes the pants look a little skinny. The chest piece is really cool, though, I think. That's also cool. Increasing, giving you an ebony flesh. Low health. I wonder how it looks with the leather. Like, whoops. I just did the dragon armor. Oh, not the hood. The hood does not work. I'm kind of confused. It makes it look a little skinny, to be honest. Like, kind of like in this drip a little bit more. Aola! I'm going to walk slowly over to her and give her one set of the gear. Although one thing to consider is there's Sun's Judgment, but there's also the Akatosh's Talon. I also have to say that's a cool sword. But this is probably even slower, though. Yeah, I'm not much of a Warhammer fan, really. I kind of prefer quicker weapons anyway. Okay, look, let's give some stuff to Aola. Don't do this to me now. I can't talk to her. That's awful. Okay. We're back. I actually had to intervene a little because we had a problem with Aola. She was actually permanently frozen and even trying to fast travel out of there and all that kind of stuff. Like, basically nothing worked, so I actually had to load back before the fight. I did the fight, got the armor. I've given her the Imperial Dragon armor. I think it looks pretty cool. More so without the helmet on her, but it's also just really powerful stuff. I've sold off as much of the Stormbear stuff as I sort of can, and the reason I'm over encumbered now is because I'm carrying so much leather and so much iron because I specifically did it so I could get a hold of stuff for smithing, and I had to sell it. I was buying out their entire inventories by selling it, so I had to adjust, and now I've got a lot of iron ingots and such and iron ores, but let's try and make, and I've got a lot of leather strips. I think I need to chill with the leather strips a little bit. Yeah, let's do it this way. Okay, throw in an iron dagger. I shouldn't be buying leather strips, I don't think. All this leather is heavy as. Look how much I've got. I don't know if I would be able to even get a dent in. Let's take it down to 10 leather. What if I actually made myself some new leather armor? Leather scout armor. Hey, I wonder if I should ever get some of those, or these kinds of braces for fights in particular. Alright, where are we at now? Okay. Let's see what I can... Do I only have one leather? Oh, because yeah, I see. Superior leather armor. Let's do this in a bit. I've got to go somewhere. How much can I actually give to
Namira will
Aola?
watch over you, champ.
Whoopsie.
What do you need? You're one of Namira's faithful. What do you want me to carry?
Everything if you can. Can you potentially carry all of these leather strips? You're kidding. Am I still carrying too much? I feel like I'm very quickly losing my what do you call it? My good at inventory management card. I feel like it's disappearing in my hands as we speak. Oh, of course it's those as well. Is Adrian there still? Can I get in here and just sell it? I'll sell it at cost. I don't care. I just have it for free. Please release me of my burden.
Welcome to War Maidens, the finest weapons and armor.
Stamina investment's looking pretty good now, isn't it? Okay, you can have... It's like I can't even buy... I'm like, oh, maybe I could buy some more stuff. Oh, maybe enchanted weapons, actually. Oh, okay. Here we go. I know what to do. Some of these... I don't think we got that either. We got shock damage for sure. We got that. And obviously this is some of the stuff I've sold. Okay. Here we go. Why did I choose to make a full set of new leather armor now? I'm like resisting the urge to like sell that because I know I'm better off selling
It's an honor to... What do you want me to carry?
more of these dragon bones and leather strips and stuff. Oh. I've actually... No, I've got it to the point where I can survive. Yes.
We've got small... Take a look.
I can actually move now. Okay. Cool. Small diversion. Let's sell then the the Storm Bear shield.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really collecting like Creation Club armor and stuff. I'm getting assaulted by couriers, please. Okay, let's see what I can put in this barrel. Let's eat some sacks of flour. Okay. Okay, they're all relevant still. I'm just collecting keys, why not? Okay. Well, let's dump some of these dragon bones off.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for.
It's nice to be back in Whiterun.
Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Okay, what he can give me instead... Well... I mean, what he could have given me, but he has nothing. He has, like... I guess a few of those extra, maybe. Let's see what he has that I could disenchant. Okay. Not a lot. I... Honest to God, just can't remember which of those I've... have and don't have. So... A fishing hat. Hey, bows do 10% more damage. Just to check. What's the one I have again? A thief's backpack. Lockpicking's easier. I'm gonna... Let's switch it up. I think we got smithing. I don't know if we got alteration. If we did, I'm a fool. But that's fine. Okay, so the reason I did that is because I can't bear... okay, let's sell that off. Let's get some of this... Some of these leather strips, where are they? Yeah, let's sell like half of them. Get rid of that tiny dagger. Was there any more Stormbear stuff? There is. The helmet. Perfect. And as I sell more, my speech only gets better. I'm sure this is adding up to... The Flawed Valorstone is so good. I never remember to use them. They can just go. Yeah, whatever. Speech XP. This is what I mean when I feel like money's not necessarily a problem in this game. Or any game, rather. Oh.
Oh, thank you.
No, sorry, not any game. For any character in Skyrim. Like, I've only got 1 point in speech. Man, it's nice to be back in Whiterun. I feel like Whiterun, oh, well, obviously it is where we've done the most. I probably will settle down there, but that's also why I can't really, I don't know, joining the Imperials doesn't sound right to me, you know? Because then I have to absolutely, like, run a train over Whiterun.
Got a lot of... Gods be praised.
Only reason I'm here is for some extra leather, maybe like 3 for the new set of stuff I'm going to create. But to create this new stuff, I want to be a new level because... oh, I could probably get that from the enchanting, so I need to enchant something else. Oh, maybe the disenchanting will get it. I'm just trying to level up my enchanting to 60 so I can then just create myself a brand new fresh set, all with grand soul gems, which will further increase my enchanting and... yeah. This character is going to be relying on enchanting heavily to later supplement his other skills and such. So, like, you know, when he wants to be a thief, we're going to, like, you know, pump the sneaking gear and stuff like that. And that's why we're going to need a house eventually to sit down and do stuff at. Maybe he'll have some grand soul gems. He does. Actually, Stoneflesh, does he? I don't. He might not sell up to it. Oh no, sorry. Ironflesh is what we want, and he doesn't. Okay. Is there anything I can sell him in return? I don't think so.
You know, if you've got the aptitude, you should join the Mages College in Winterhold.
So I was right about that, wrong about the stamina one, and right about that. We can... oh, we're going to need new gold jewelry before I... yeah, a full set does require a lot more. 6. Or... big brain move. Although that would be... let's just use the greater soul gems on these. Not quite enough to level it. But we're going to need to.
What do you need, my thing? Need something? Spells and incantations for those with the talent to cast them.
Carrying a lot of stuff, but it's so cool. I think we're going to need to, yeah. Okay, I'm going to cop it. We're going to buy a house. And if we're going to buy a house, let's buy not Breeze Home. You know, let's do the homestead outside the city. Let's buy the Tundra.
Perhaps I can assist you. Wonderful. Here's the key to your new home.
Yeah. The assumption with that is I feel like I don't have to
Enjoy your visit to Dragon's
renovate that one, which costs a whole load of money on top of it. Only down to 2,000 gold, but that's a big investment. We got a house. I feel like Whiterun is the location that we're really setting up. Getting plenty of real estate. We've got Hendraheim, but it's kind of... I don't know. We've got it. I don't know if it's necessarily the home for him. Askeladd's still finding himself.
You've been a good friend to me.
Let's go to the home. Or should I? I didn't sell the thief backpack. That's a nice look. Okay, look, let's go to the Tundra Homestead, check it out, sleep, come back in the morning. You know? This is cool. Oh, and absolutely there is a... it's much better in terms of like... okay, it's kind of got like iron and stuff. I feel like that's... okay, I'm not going to do that just yet. Let's just see how much... let's turn this into gold. Alright, cool. Inside we go. This is the Tundra Homestead. I'm going to take that only because it's no longer for sale. Oh, wow. I've never I've never bought this. This is nice. A cellar. I appreciate the aesthetic, but I'm gonna start taking some of these things. I can leave the lesser one. Oh, Shrine of Julianos. Enchanter's Primer. Oh, save the day. Enchanter's Potion. Best decision. I'll take the greater as well. The other ones can stay for just an aesthetic. Okay. I'm still stubbornly going into health. Okay, come morning, I can make some new rings and such. Alright, let's check the cellar. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. And it's got all the spots for your dragon masks and less legendary weapon focus, I think. Yeah, it's just generic weapon plaques, which I don't mind. All the dragon claws. The bugs in the jar. The skull keys. I do get more... oh, there's the Oreo shield. I do prefer, like, fun little collectibles in these places. But, oh, it's the claws. That's what it was. Okay, I'm going to close the door. Don't open it. There we go. And then a simple room. Okay, you'd have to share the room with the kids, but overall, this is a win. Okay, sleeping till roughly morning, and then we'll get that well-rested benefit. It's nice. Alright, let's do some smithing tomorrow. Now, I'm not taking it all too seriously. I'm not making this smithing gear as a permanent addition or anything like that. I'm just going at it because I'm here. I'll just use transmute again. Okay, so what can we do with that? Superior. There we go. See, smithing will come around. I think I can also make one more ingot. I can. Still got plenty of iron ore though. The next stage is creating 2 golden rings. Sorry. Oh, that gives you 2. A gold ring and a gold necklace. Because that's all we need at the moment. We don't need to, screw around with gems and such. So, just to clarify, and I'm going to use that Enchanter's Potion, the best one we've got. This is the new outfit. And gold ring and gold necklace. The rest can sort of be done with. I might not bother naming them this time. Because I'm just kind of going to do a similar set. Maybe I'll do the boots with sneak or something. Alright, let me just suss out what we're going to do. Because just to clarify, we've got... Oh... We could do with 1 more Grand Soul Gem. So for this, that's an easy thing now. Now we'll do the alteration, for sure. That'll be really great. Okay, that's easy. For the leather boots, we will do stamina 2-handed. I don't have Fortify Sneak. Anyway, 2-handed's fair. We'll do a 2-handed one. What do we got? Superior. we'll go with archery for this. The head, we're going to go for archery as well. And then archery in the ring. And yeah, we'll go mainly archery. Okay. Mainly archery it is. And then we've got a little bit of alteration boost as well. I might check what potions we've got. Because if we've got multiple of the same thing, 15% stronger, yeah, I will just cop it and use a second one later. Because we've got so much. I'm just going to do a little save. Okay. 60 seconds. Let's go. Okay. Item. Leather. Enchantment. Going for Fortify Alteration. Black Soul Gem. Done. Grand Soul Gem. Going boots. Two-handed. That's it. Done. Gauntlets. Archery. Grand Soul Gem, done. The helmet's there. Archery. Should I bother renaming? No, I'm not going to. M-I. Y? Okay, and then what I'll do is, you know what, actually while we've got it here, you may as well just fortify this with like that or something. Just the extra ring. And I'll just... how bad is it actually? It's not that much different, is it? Ah, screw it. I did it. Can use a Grand Soul Gem later. Like, we're going to replace this set too, and this is already such a drastic change. Like, 22%, 33%, and then they got that on the two rings. 27 versus 33. Yeah. Okay, time to go sell off a bunch of this other stuff too. Oh, we could actually drop the wooden mask while we're here. If there is a slot for it. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Nice. We can leave that there and we can come back and get all this stuff later. All right. So sell those off. Ah. I've done an oopsie. I should deposit those. I'm just going to put them all in one big chest. I'm going to have like an artifacts chest for the moment. Oh, should I use that one or is there another? It's like a kid's chest. Okay, I'm just going to use this chest for the meantime. I might later transfer it all to like Hendraheim if that's the permanent place, but look, there's no big worries at the moment. Okay. Now you're probably all itching to just get on with things instead of enchanting and creating new gear. So let's move on with the quest. We've got a really powerful companion now just because she's so geared up. What can I say? I'm a busy man. Turns out this Delphine character is one of the last remaining blades. Glorified bodyguards with a fetish for Eastern paraphernalia. At least those were the whispers I heard that blew through the cracks in Cyrodiil. Delphine thinks the Thalmor are connected to the dragons. I'm going to follow her lead and meet her at Riverwood once more. It can only help me to understand the truth of what is really going on, and perhaps my part to play in it as the Dragonborn. But of course, the world doesn't stop turning, and I had things to do, and so I cleansed a temple for the shining bitch Meridia, and got a sword in return, an undead slayer called Dawnbreaker. It'll likely come in handy. Also, I stuck my nose in some Civil War business, pretended to be a Stormcloak champion. Nords aren't the hardest people to trick. Got my hands on some top-tier armor for it. I continued to build myself a fortune, trained my skills, and even bought myself a sweet little home outside Whiterun. I'm going to need a place to put all my stuff, and as Thane of Whiterun, it seems a fitting place. Regardless, my adventure continues, and it's finally time to see what Delphine has planned.
What? Take a look.
I'm going to start routinely looking for interesting things they have. Like any new enchantments that we could potentially get. I'm going to lay off the whole smithing thing for a bit. We've done a little bit. We're just going to get too packed with gear otherwise. There we go. Perfect. Go to the Golden Clawman, and then I think we're actually done. Unless I think I've.
Namiro, watch over. What do you want me to carry?
I did hand you that iron plate armor, didn't I? We can sell that off. Listen to the birds. Well, not now. We're indoors, but
It means so much
Thank
to
you.
us to have the
Take a
claw
look.
back where it belongs. Thank you.
sorry. Oh, actually, he's got a lot we can. That's heavy, so let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of that. And those first. Why not? You know, we've got so much. Although maybe I regret it because he has 2 grand soul gems. Well, the one time I just go, screw it. I regret it. Oh. Though then again, we've got so much. Let's get rid of that. Never have to use that, to be honest. Sell you skooma. It's not part of the quest. I'll keep one of them around. Sell that. Sell that. And I'm just gonna whittle you down with gems. Because I feel like I've got... Oh no. I might use some of those lesser. I'm not... Cause now we're getting access to like greater soul gems and stuff. I may as well just use the rest on enchanting. Like, look, it's all greater. Oh, maybe I'll even use the common to finish it off. Why not? Okay. We still got to get rid of that big warhammer at some point. Because, look, let's be honest, we can enchant better weapons later, and warhammers are just so slow. Oh, cool, we can double cast that now. Because the alteration.
I don't think you were followed. Come on, I have a plan.
Yep, alright. Just slowly letting her do her thing.
I figured out how we're going to get you into the Thalmor embassy. I've been doing this a long time, remember? While the Thalmor have been looking for me, I've been watching them. The Thalmor ambassador, Elenwen, regularly throws parties where the rich... I can get you into one of those parties. Once you're inside the embassy, you can get a... I have a contact inside the embassy. He's not up... His name is Malborn. Wood Elf. I'll get word for him to meet you in Solitude at the wing. While you're doing that, I'll work on getting you an invitation to Ellen. Meet me at the Solitude stables after you've arranged things with Malborn. Any questions? Sounds good.
Sorry, I kind of like skipped through that. Like, this is just the same thing over and over. Yeah, so we can go do this little espionage mission now.
And so then came clashing and slashing of steel as the brave
I really hope they do make characters more likable than Delphine. In the main story, like I remember, like, you know, Martin Septim and Joffrey and Boris and stuff in Oblivion, I find far more personable than Delphine. Esbern's cool. I just think Delphine's just got... It's just a bad vibe. And I'm sure it's emphasized when they make you go kill Path and Axe, but... You know. Should we do anything else in Whiterun? I don't know if there's anything necessary to collect. What is that again? Spread all over. We could tackle that after. Let's go to Solitude, and then we might tackle that. I'm trying to balance the playthrough with the main story stuff with location requests. Because I know once we go to Winterhold, I will, because you have to go there to learn about the Elder Scroll. I'm going to learn about that. I'm going to do the Hermaeus Mora quest, the Azura Star quest. Like, there's quite a few things.
Not so bad.
When we go to the Dragonborn DLC in Skyrim, we want it to feel like we're accomplished as a character.
Need something? Really? You're who she picked? Here's the deal. I can smuggle some... Don't plan on bringing anything else in with you. Give me what you can't live without, and I'll make sure to get it into the embassy. The rest is up to you. Okay, I'll get this inside the embassy for you. I've got to go. I'll find you at the party.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Bow of Shadows. We won't need Dawnbreaker, I guess. Since Judgment, the arrows, the staff. I love how you can kind of just give him everything if you want. I'm just gonna... I'll give him all that. I won't need the healing potions. I'll be fine. And sure, I'll take my gold, I guess. Okay.
Your job is to get into the party without being fingered as a spy.
Don't want to get fingered.
I'm too old to work. That don't make me too old to drink.
Man, Askeladd's jacked. Alright, Delphine.
Have you given Malborn? Good. But the only way you're going to get past the goal, which means you need to look when you're ready. You'll only have... You can't go to a party at the Thalmor embassy dressed like that. I guess that will have... Ready to board the carriage to the embassy?
Alright, yes. I'm ready. Let's go.
Don't worry. Just make sure. Good luck.
Off to the Thalmor embassy we go.
Ah, a fellow latecomer to Ellenwood's little soiree. And arriving by carriage, no less. I salute you, sir. My lateness is due more to getting...
Now look at that height difference.
Welcome to the Thalmor Embassy. Your invitation, please.
Often the day before the party, so as not to miss out on any of the drinking.
Okay.
Your invitation, please. Thank you, sir. Go right in.
Here's my invitation. I don't have a...
Welcome. I don't believe we've met. I am Elenwen, the Thalmor ambassador to Skyrim. And you are? Ah, yes. I remember your name from the guest list. Please, tell me more about yourself. What brings you to this... to Skyrim? What is it, Malborn?
It's just that we've run out of the Alto wine. Do I have your permission to uncork the Arinthia Red?
I've told you before not to bother me with such trifles.
Yes, Madam Ambassador.
My apologies. We'll have to get better acquainted later. Please, enjoy yourself.
Yes, what do you need? Here you go, sir. The finest Colovian brandy. Is there anything else I can get for you?
Colovian brandy. 20% better prices might save that.
I never miss one if I can help it.
I don't recall seeing you at one of these before, and I know everyone who's anyone in Skyrim.
to maintain relationships. By the way, I don't know who you are, but unless you want me to blow your cover, I'd advise that you avoid me for the rest of the party.
I love that. It's so good. It's, yeah, it makes her feel so much cooler, Maven Blackbriar, with all the connections. Like, oh.
It is not eyes that reveal another's true nature. It is the heart. There are words spoken and words unspoken. Beware these, Thalmor, for they are adept in both languages. For this reason, I avoid them when I can. Fair faces and fine food are well and good, but honesty is rarely so pleasing. May wisdom light your path.
The hospitality of the Thalmor Embassy.
It's a necessary part of my job to mix with the upper classes of Skyrim, such as they are. There is peace now, and that peace will continue for as long as it suits our needs. But make no mistake, this is not a peace forged out of necessity between rival nations of equal strength. It is more like the calm between storms, and the next storm, I think, will be far deadlier than the last.
Foreboding, Elder Scrolls 6, Great War continuation. I can't believe they won't continue the story. Like, they absolutely will.
We are charged with enforcing the ban on Talos worship. Nords can be quite stubborn.
A story 15 years in the making by the time ES6 comes out.
Every day. But mark me well. I will purge the heresy from this land as surely as the flame burns the flesh from the bone. There are those in the Empire who would wish to evade their obligations to help root out the Talos heresy. Fortunately, those most opposed to the Emperor's wise policy
Alright, cool.
themselves traitors.
Enough of that. Let's talk to
A man who knows how to make money, war can be a most profitable venture. You must be new to Skyrim, or you'd already know who I am. I have a stake in most anything of importance. I feel that it's time to put aside the grievance. I try to do my little part, but not every. A rare few.
Alright, you know what? Can't we just talk?
Do to get a drink around here? You must be new around here. But I have nothing to hide. And if you want to do business in Tamriel these days, well, you'd better get used to cozying up to the Thalmor, like it or not. Ah, the one generous soul amongst a gathering of pinch pennies and lick spittle. If there's anything I can ever do for you, do not. Wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
I can begin to read.
Is
Is that all, my friend? Stand back and behold my handiwork. Attention, everyone. Could I have your attention, please? I have an announcement to make.
Let's go. Let's go.
Time
Before
to
anyone
slip
notices
out.
us.
To Elenwen, our mistress. I speak figuratively, of course. Nothing could be more unlikely than that someone would. So far, so good. Let's hope nobody saw us slip out. We need to pass through the kitchen. Your gear is hidden in the larder. Just stay close and let me do any talking. Got it? Follow me.
Get your hands off me. I'll be a good boy now. Wouldn't want to
Come, Smelburn. You know I don't like strange smells in my kitchen.
A guest feeling ill. Leave the poor wretch be.
A guest? In the kitchens? You know this is against the rules.
Rules, is it, Zavani? I didn't realize that eating moon sugar was permitted. Perhaps I should ask the ambassador.
Get out of here. I saw nothing.
Your gear is in that chest. I'll lock the door behind you. Don't.
Okay.
Screw this up.
Alrighty, alrighty.
Come on. If someone misses me at the party, we're both dead.
Can I do the next one?
need to lock the door
Okay.
behind you, or the patrols might notice.
All right. Let's try and do this stealthily. Let's actually try and.
Good luck.
Did you see those robes
You're on your own
this
now.
morning?
All right.
Who are they with? More of the emissaries' treaty enforcers? No, they're high mages, just in from Alinor. I guess herself is finally getting worried about all the dragon attacks. Ah, good. I've been wondering how we were supposed to defend this place from a dragon. If a dragon does show up, maybe we'll get lucky, and it will eat the mages first. Might give us enough time to kill it. Ha! I'd like to see those arrogant bastards taken down a notch. Always looking down their noses at us lowly foot sloggers.
Just stealthing our way. I don't know if... Slipped in the door behind him.
I
Ooh.
earned it. I had my own expenses, you know.
Silence! Do not presume, Gisser. You are most useful, but do not presume. We have other informants who are less offensive.
But no one else has brought you such valuable information, have they? Etienne, he's talked, hasn't he? He knows where that old man is you're looking for. He told me himself.
You'll get the rest of your money when we confirm his story, as agreed.
So he has talked. I knew it.
Everyone talks, in the end. Now, I have work to do.
Okay, there's a dossier on Delphine. Actually, one thing I love to talk about is this. People often, I think, misinterpret this, and they read it as in like, oh, he's secretly working for the Thalmor because he's an asset. Just because something is classed as an asset to you does not mean they are cooperating with you or willingly doing something. His activities, which are independent of what the Thalmor want. Like Ulfric truly thinks he's fighting against the Thalmor and all this kind of stuff, and the Imperials. But it's an asset to them because they want a weakened Skyrim, not because he is some secret double agent or anything like that. He's not a Thalmor plant. But yeah, whether that changes your opinion on Stormcloak activities or not, it doesn't really matter. But I'll just take all that. Why not? Interesting books.
I could help you. He talked to me. He trusts me.
You'd like to come downstairs with me, is that it, Gisser? Shall we loose his bonds and put you in a cell together? You can ask him anything you like and see how he answers.
No, I'll wait.
I'm just checking for any like cool gear and stuff, and this is also kind of helping us sneak.
They're secret dragons too, aren't they? Paying too well, and they don't know anything.
A whopping 5 gold.
Rollendale. Shoe will be on the other foot.
Well, I'm glad I checked this out. Alright, let's stealth our way down to below. It's cool having a sneak mission for a change. Well, I think now we are going to have to intervene because...
Stop, please. I don't know anything else. Don't you think I'd have told you already?
Never should.
Okie dokie.
Come here.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to switch to... This woman is giving me... Alright, killing some Thalmor. Take that, take that. Why not? I never knew he had that hairstyle. Cool. Okay. And this is where we find out about Esben, and obviously, look, we know they're not behind the dragons. They're hunting Esben down. You know the main story. We don't have to, I think, go over it in detail. Trying to keep you out of it, Esben. Not Esben, Malbon. Did I have to do this again, don't I? Cool. Full sets of Elven too. Not that I really want to use Elven or anything, but...
Now the Thalmor will be hunting me for the rest of my life.
Okay. No. Let's talk to
I
him.
told you. I don't know anything else about it. What? Who? Yeah. Come on. This way. I've seen the guards use it to get rid of bodies. Whatever you want. But let's go, now.
It's cool that you can release him and that he shows up in the Thieves Guild later. Walk any slow, mate. Alright. I released him. Surely he'll be back. Isn't this where there's also a Stone of Baron's Ire? We probably will join the Thieves Guild at some point, so... Okay. Whoops. Okay, good. I just don't want them to die, is all. And they're going to if they keep screwing around. I'm gonna have to do it again. It's really good crowd control. Stops Albin from dying. Because that's one thing I always tried to do. I didn't want him to die, because I like to be able to do his little side quest again later. And ooh, Daedra Heart. Oh yeah, and there's For the Ages of Man. Take the unusual gem there as well. Alright. That's that.
You didn't have to help me, so thanks.
Okay, cool. Recover my equipment back in Riverwood. I am just going to go straight to Riverwood because I want my stuff back. So next we're going to Riften, I think. We'll be looking for Esben, which,
They're reforming the
that's
Dawn Guard.
pretty cool, I guess. What can we do in Riften? There's definitely more... I don't know if we want to dive straight into the Thieves Guild or anything yet. You know, it's not... it's not necessarily what I want to... Like, I've got ideas for his arc going forward, for this character's arc, so I don't necessarily want to do
Made it
Thieves
out
Guild yet.
alive, at
But Thieves
least.
Guild fits. He's
You're
been a
here
thief
safe
before.
in my room, as promised. Did you learn anything useful? Really? That seems hard to believe. Esbern? He's alive? Figures the Thalmor would be on his trail, though, if they were trying to find out what... You mean aside from wanting to kill every blade, they... Esbern was one of the Blade's archivists, back before... He knew everything about the ancient... Obsessed with it, really. Nobody paid much attention back then. I guess he wasn't as crazy as we all thought. Ironic, right? The old enemies assumed that every calamity must be a Even so, we've got to find Esbern. Do they know where he is? Riften, eh? You'd better get to Riften. Talk... Oh, and when you find Esbern, if you think I'm paranoid, you may have some trouble getting... Just ask him where he was on the 30th of Frostfall. You'll know what it means.
Alright, I'm not going to ask you too many more questions, because... Wait, where's my gear? Better be in the other chest. Yeah. I was gonna say. Nothing to disenchant. Can I enchant some random stuff, though? Yes, I can. Greater Soul. Let's do... What can we do with the boots? Really? You can't... For whatever reason, I can't enchant the party boots. I don't know if that's intentional or just a little fun Skyrim thing, but like a glitch. Okay. Let's go find Esbern. But I think we'll take an adventure route. We did go to Iverstead, so we might use that as our, like, stopover. But let's go to Whiterun. You know I love selling stuff. Yeah. We've got plenty to sell. Let's just wait till the morning.
Welcome to... Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
I mean, the only reason I'm saying may as well is because otherwise I'm just not going to be able to sell him. Let's turn that silver ore. Okay, yep. Where are we going? Ooh, Conjuring Helmet. I just can't remember if we've got it. Unless I see something specifically, I don't think I will. Like, I don't think we've got Absorb Stamina either, or Absorb Magicka, but we'll find something eventually with them. I'm actually not that loaded, so... Actually, real quick, how much can I actually sell this Akatosh's Talon for? 1900. I think we don't have Absorb Stamina, and I'm probably more sure about that than the other one, Absorb Magicka. We could have, I can't remember. Okay, cool. And I'll go do some smithing on the outside.
You've got small weapons.
Iron,
Got some good people looking to protect yourself or deal some damage.
Okay, that's, don't need the silver ingot. Why not?
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Dude, get out of my way.
I don't claim to the finest weapons and armor. All right then.
Yes. My only if I. But damn if I ain't almost sober.
Okay, I didn't actually want to talk about that. I just wanted to give you a
thank
gold
you.
coin.
Divines bless your kind.
Alright. Time to make a move. To Iverstead. We'll just walk there. For a bit of fun, you know? See what happens on the road. Might come across a dragon.
God might get nervous. A man approaches with his weapon drawn.
They say Ulfric Stormcloak murdered the High King with his voice.
Actually, yeah, definitely need a grand soul gem. Sorry, Azura Star. Or things that are capable of holding it. Okay, let's just take him out. I'm going to use the... If we come across undead, I will use other things we've got. If we come across undead, I'll use Dawnbreaker. Is what I'm trying to say. That's me translating that language. Okay, there's also the Alchemist's Shack here. Okay. What a good setup. I feel like this Staff of Hasadoki, and I will tell you, I don't know if it will be out yet or not by the time this episode is, but definitely using it for a Warlock build. I feel like it helps provide like defensive buffs to mages so much. If you're playing like a destruction mage or something, you know, creates some space for you, allows you to recharge your stamina. It's just a really great... Is this a... Oh, it's a pet. I so regret talking to that rabbit. What is it? Or is it part of the Pets of Skyrim? Is it going to give me a... Okay, cool. It needs a carrot. Alchemist's Journal. Butterfly in a jar. We can keep that. Carrot. Okay, you can wait for me at home. Like, you kind of fit the vibe. You're just a pet rabbit. Like, you can't really, you know. I feel like the Elytra sort of fits a very specific kind of character, if you know what I mean. So it doesn't really fit the vibe I'm going for. Whereas things like goats and such can just be, you know, put anywhere. Eventually we'll create, once we get enchanting fully up, it's going to be so good in terms of our ability to just gain new, you know, to bump our stats with stamina. Like the second you can get the double, what do you call it? Enchant, it's so good. Let's go with one-handed. We haven't done this two-handed. I'm not even gonna.
can take you.
And is that a dragon flying overhead? Let's do this this thing up here. Alright, come fight me. First I've got to kill a bear. So the other thing that's great about the Bow of Shadows, obviously, is it's also a it's a unlimited enchant. They all are just taking it for me. I mean, that's cool and all, but can't remember, but I'm assuming that, well, I'm assuming that, oh no, there's the dragon. Let's get it. Oh, it must have dropped just below it. Oh, I haven't got my, of course I get the one that's, real quick. I should probably put my stone flesh back on. Can I get the call? Yes! Finally. We haven't had one of these yet. That is actually... The Stormbear axe is actually such a cool looking axe, I feel like, for a... Like, for a drag... It looks like a dragon slaying axe. I know it just looks like a Dane axe, but, like, the dragon... It just looks... choppy, I guess. It's a funny way of putting it. But it does look like it does some serious damage, or it looks, you know, it's built for that head swing, you know, that chop. That was a rapid weather change. Wait. I like doing this kind of thing as well, like just sometimes exploring places, and you guys let me know too in the comments how you're feeling about it, anything, any direction you'd perhaps like things to take, or... Of course I'm role-playing, I just mean in terms of... From an entertainment perspective is what I'm talking about. Orcish Scaled, that's also a new set. Amulet of Stendar... I'll take all of it. We've got more space. Even though I'm carrying a lot of leather strips. And this is marked for death, this one. Yes, I was correct. There is Floki's shack up there. But I don't think we're going to actually do that. Oh, there we go. Perfect. The Mara quest for extra magic resistance. That's something else we can do in Riften. Let's just hunt a deer. Man, look at that. That is so crisp, so beautiful. For the people saying, like, yes, you can quick save. you can, but until the time if you've ever done that and then continued it's basically the same hotkey as for the NVIDIA stuff that we recorded. It's the same hotkey as to stop the recording. And if you've ever been burnt by that before, by quick saving and stopping the recording, or sorry, quick loading it was. But yeah, it ruined it. Look, I just, you know, just let me have my thing. I like to bring up the menu, you know. Okay, so now we're here. So we're good for enchanting. We're in no rush to get that one because it's not a big focus. We'll get that closer to when we're going to get the final one. It's probably not a bad idea to start looking into getting adept because we'll have access to Iron Flesh. But at the same time, once again, no rush. Like, we're in not a lot of rush for a lot of things. Even sneak on top of the pressure plate stuff we've got, we're going fine. I'll probably go into some light armor down the track when we've got more going for us. Why not? If not now, then when? So one thing I really like about two-handed, I think it's the big advantage in the vanilla game that it has, is the sweep, doing like Sido's power attacks and just like knocking everyone to the side. That's the good stuff. Before that, two-handed I feel like is just slower. Like, sure, it's stronger, but it's less versatile. You can't just take a strike and dodge back and whatnot. Ooh. Do you want another thing that's actually here is the Fall Host. The Fall Host deal. If you don't know, basically I'm pretty sure that's also where you get Prismir, which is a cool sword, which actually, that's a good idea. I knew there was stuff to do in Riften and the Riften area that was unrelated. Well, let's do for Fall Host and stuff. Oh, wasn't there something in Avant-Garde? Find the source of power in Avant-Garde. Let's try it. Let's do it. We've got a misc objective. Let's get rid of it. We're here. We've happened right in front of it, so yeah, why not?
Cowards, every one of them, running at the first sign of trouble. Oh, I didn't see you there. Of course I'm troubled. I'm on the verge of incredible... We were excavating this old tomb when we opened a chamber full of corpses. Well, probably not. In any case, if I can't get past the creatures in that room... Legend says this tomb holds... Obviously, this treasure will fetch a good deal of gold. In any case, if I can't get past the creatures... Say, that's not a bad... I'll tell you what. You help me get the treasure.
Alright, deal.
Excellent. First, I need... Oh, I didn't see...
Cool. Let's test out the Dawnbreaker. Probably want to start with... Is it really only 3 Draga? See what I mean? It's just more versatile. Like, whoops. Free XP? Dawnbreaker's really cool. Like, I had so much fun with, it's an old build on the channel now, but the Templar build, such a classic. Cool, I think we just upped our one-handed, yeah, considerably. Alteration really is, it's my favorite
Have you killed them all
magic
yet?
to use on characters that aren't magic focused.
Then we've no time to lose. Don't fall behind. All right then.
Okay. I feel like this character, we can really go far with this character. He's so versatile in terms of his role-playing opportunities, in terms of his skill set. The enchanting's going to help him so much. Which really is the brilliance of enchanting. Also kind of the downfall in terms of character builds. Let's just face it, enchanting is just, it's so good. It's just ultimately is, like, it's the best. It's just, you can't replace it. It's good for any build. What's the deal here? I can't remember. Maybe it's over here. Is there? Oh, must be behind there or something. But, am I missing something? There's that inevitable experience when someone's done this tomb very recently, and they're going to be like, yeah, it's over there. That's what you got to do. It's like right there. And they just have to sit here watching me aimlessly move around. What is she?
These doors. There'd better be. There must be a way to activate these doors deeper in the ruins.
Okay,
Here,
sure. You got to ask her for a
Should open
key.
the doors on either side of the chamber.
She just conveniently has the key. I don't really get how that one works. Such a cool effect, cool sound. I do find, like, maybe in the future we'll do Let's Plays that are a little bit more focused, I guess. In terms of, I mean, like, a very specific kind of playthrough, and then, like, oh, I'm just doing, like, mages and this. But for a long Let's Play, I do like to be able to, you know, tackle everything. And when lots of guilds, and it creates a really good story, I think. Like, when I've watched Let's Plays before, I really enjoy when you can look back and you can see the growth and different arcs, and there's lots of stuff. Whereas a little bit, sometimes they can be a bit A to B. If you go in with like, oh, I can only really do the Mages Guild from a role-playing perspective, and they're fun for builds and so on, of course. But you know. Might have the first time I might use a health potion in a bit. Actually, you know what? I might even just use healing to try and get restoration going a little bit. Because it is one of the hard, unless you focus early, it is one of the harder ones to He's one of the harder ones to get going along. Just stop and lockpick mid-battle. Chopping away, getting that one-handed. It'd probably be easier if I had a one-handed enchanting set, which is an easy way to do it later to level skills. Because a lot of your skill bonus stuff happens off, like, you know, amount of damage delivered or stuff like that. It's the same reason when you sell really expensive things, your speech goes up. Okay, don't even care about the traps. Oh. They all run ahead at some point, I guess? Oh, someone hit... Huh. Well, we've got so many potions, we better use some. And down he goes. Of course, by the way, like, obviously this would be... I'm aware it would be much easier if I wasn't using one-handed, of which I'm, like, weaker at, but... But I think we've taken our one-handed so much higher. I think it's like 35 now. It's like we're almost bringing it up to par. Okay, yeah, let's keep moving. Might need a recharge again. Might have to use the staff. Okay, we would have got something. Common soldier. Okay, let's keep going. Remember to keep using our alteration. Gonna have to pop off a stone flesh. It's always good when there's a weak one. Kill them and then it sends that around. Aeolas. Whatever. Got it locked. Oh, did it actually go for a runner? What a coward. Aola being like a full-on Imperial battle mage is really awesome. Oh, he came back. They always come back. Alright, where's the lever or the whatnot? Cool.
Huh?
There's no way to turn that off. Oh, it tricked me. Okay. Down, I'm assuming. It's good I'm actually getting some hits against me, so my light armor can get going up. Like I said, it's kind of cool. One advantage I feel like of not committing heavily in any certain tree is you do remain more versatile, and you can adopt other things. Like, for example, us adopting heavy armor, it's like we've only put 1 perk point in light armor. It's not the end of the world. Like, we can easily just adapt. Alright, level up. It's such an unconventional choice if I do go into one-handed, because I feel like I never... this isn't like what I would call a min-maxed build, necessarily. We're helped because of a lot of our gear, but there are some definite areas where we could like focus in on one damage thing. This is also going to help us level up, though, using a diverse range of skills. We can always legendary stuff later as well. But yeah, it's like I could go with that, but I don't know. That's... Sneak is one of the... Because Deadly Aim is probably worthwhile getting to. Oh, we still haven't got that. Why not? Let's just boost our magic resistance. We're not going heavy into the assassinating stuff at the moment, you know? Assassining's not a word, but you get the vibe. Let's just do that and, I don't know, touch some healing. See, restoration, it's easier. Anything, some of them are like easy when you get the perks in it, because for example, then you can start using like things like fast healing and stuff. To healing like this is really slow at doing it. Let's use the staff. We have taken one-handed all the way to like 40 from where we are. I think we've got a Welkin stone. May as well, because otherwise I forget to use it all the time, so... Where? Oh, there it is. I know how to do this. Cool. That staff is brilliant. Love it. Where are we at with enchanting? 63. Such a cool all-rounder build. You can also get away with a bunch more all-rounder sort of strategies. Like... maybe even restoration we could dip into later when we do the College of Winterhold. My approach is to what I think we're going to do is... oh, I've got some kind of disease. Do I have a cure disease potion? No. Maybe later. Oh! Like I said, I would forget, but the one-handed potion to increase damage. Really should use that. But yeah, we'll increase a one-handed. Yeah, so if we go to College of Winterhold, for example, then I'll start working on some more magic skills and sort of embrace that role for a period of time. Let's double that. We won't waste it on him yet because for some reason I recall there being a dragon priest here. I'm not sure if this is one of the dragon priest areas. Coins everywhere. And if that is the case, if there is a dragon priest here, I don't want to... I'll use it for that battle, you know, so I can keep using this weapon. Was there a potion I kicked? Okay.
The treasure is mine. All mine.
Well, that's what you get for being a little greedy gremlin. Broken sword handle. Alright, let's go further and presumably fight a dragon priest. Sorry, just scratching my leg there. Compulsive saving. Oh, there is no dragon priest. Okay, well, I will keep those potions for later. Animal allegiance. Oh, we just checked that. Done. I reckon we'll go to Fall Host next because Chrysamere is pretty cool. Or Chrysamere or Chrysamere or however you like to pronounce it. Because I'm pretty sure it's one of those things that doesn't have an... It's like, has an enchantment that just lasts forever as well. Keep hitting that transmute on these long adventures.
Oh look, a Nordic ruin.
I've no ore left. Okay, all gold ore now, all done. Alright, nice. Not bad news in the slightest. Okay, so we're going over to this mountain right here, which is where Fallhurst is. And there is a Dragon Priest mask there. That might even be fun to use. Depending. I'll just leave that open. We'll discover the mill, though. It's good to use, like, checkpoints in between. And still don't know where we're going to live, ultimately. Tundra Homestead's cool, but I think I want to use one of the DLC houses, but we'll see where Askeladd goes. Like, you never know. He could be a powerful mage. He's got dabbled in magic, you know. Maybe later something like that would fit. Something's attacking. Yeah, maybe something, you know, and I'm keen on doing a Thief/Dark Brotherhood, like, stage. And we would absolutely use the power of enchanting to get around magic. I don't want to deal with that whole... the Volendrung quest. Or maybe Volendrung's a cool two-handed weapon to use. And Malakath, you know, God of Outcasts, he's been worshipped by Forsworn and stuff. Yeah, why not, actually? Let's do it. Lots of things. Oh, oh god. Oh, hold on. Stop, everyone. I just wanted to, I'll just do this as well. Okay. Just captured the soul. Well, one of them just got absolutely yeeted into the sky, and... oh, well.
Forgive Ugor's harsh words. She's merely doing as she's been told.
Dude, I think Ugor's in the sky.
No, don't go. Please. Our tribe suffered. Our chief Yamaz was once a He is weak, and so our tribe is weak. Yamaz refuses help, but I sense that Yamaz has demanded it. I must petition, but I cannot travel to Mount Catherine. I beg of you, can you bring me troll fat at a Daedra heart? I have no wish to depend on strength, but I have no choice.
I know who Malakath is, so I don't need to ask. Who are the... We wouldn't have happened to pick up that troll fat from before. I remember the Daedra heart, but I didn't... Let's, Oh my goodness. We have... little goblins, or zombies. Ah. Of course, we should be using Dawnbreaker. Oh, and they must not register as undead in the same way? Okay, we might have to just use this then. I better actually recharge that. I feel like it's fair. And I can give that again. There we go. Maybe just do this. Oh, it's not going to get us far. Okay, where are we? I kind of want to backtrack and go find that troll now. Where was it? It was near the mill. The one that I filled with arrows. It's probably only just over here. And conveniently we have the Daedra heart from before, so we can just roll with it. It's like off the path somewhere just before it. Yeah, it's around here. Come on, let's find the troll plugged full of arrows. It was kind of like this way, wasn't it? Yeah. Yes. Perfect. Troll fat. Now we can go do that quest. Get our hands on Volendrung. Another artifact of another Daedra that we like. Like, also, I'm trying to play into the Daedra more so that the Reachman mentioned. So, like, you know, Hircine Namira. We did that. Malakath's been mentioned. Period gets mentioned. You know, we did Meridia. I'm down to collect Daedric artifacts, but I'm also down to, like, screw over Azura for convenience. You know, he's not really beholden to any of them, except maybe a little bit like Namira and Hircine chiefly. But still, he is his own person. He's not like a devout follower. He's not religious at his core.
Wait for you to bring me what I need. Excellent. Now, you must come with me. You'll become a part of this. You must be present for the ritual. I will stay right here and wait for you to bring me what I need.
Okay, she's taking the long route, I guess. Is it like...
It is time, Ymars.
You bring an outsider here, and now insist I call on Malakath for help, when he has clearly forsaken me. You try my patience, Atub.
Doing nothing will not grant our tribe relief from this curse. We must try.
Fine. Let's get this over with.
You gonna go, or... Alright, maybe I'll go first.
Now we begin the ritual. Great Malakath, we beseech you, aid us in our time of need.
Why are we bothering with this?
You pathetic weakling!
What's that?
Malakath has heard my pleas. He speaks to us.
You dare summon me, Ymars?
What? What is this?
You don't deserve to call yourself an orc. You're weak, you're small, and you're an embarrassment. You let giants, overrun my shrine. Bring me their leader's club as an offering, and I might release you from this curse.
So it will be. Malakath has spoken, Ymars. Your path is clear.
Very well. You, outsider, come here. I want a word. This is all your fault, you know. I'm stuck fighting a giant now, thanks to you. So you're going to help me. You're going with me, and you're going to make sure I don't have any trouble reaching that giant. Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while. Thanks to you, I've just been issued a challenge in front of my whole tribe by a Daedric prince, no less. I can't ignore that. I didn't say I wouldn't fight the giant. I just said you're going to help me get to it. Meet me outside Fallowstone Cave. You clear the way to the giant for me, and I'll make sure you get paid for it.
Alright. I'm going to meet him at Fallowstone Cave. Now, I feel like this is something we can do, yeah, on the way. So we could kind of come around, do Fallhost, go there, and yeah, cool. I feel like we know exactly where we're going. Awesome. I'm actually really happy with this Let's Play so far. I hope you guys are too. I just feel like it's got a nice rhythm to it. It's breaking up the main quest with like locationally dependent areas. So, because you can beeline the main quest and just sort of skip all over the map. And yeah, it just feels nice to... Oh yeah, I have some disease of some kind, don't I? Brain rot. I have a few diseases. Okay, we're going to need to go to a shrine eventually, or a potion of cure disease. Okay. Actually, you know what? I've already got diseases. I can't get much worse. There you go. I'm very, very, very tempted to go stop by in Riften. Maybe to get the mage quest, and also just a shrine to heal myself. Yeah, might stop in at the shrine actually. And I think we have to do that thing. We got to enter through the front because they arbitrarily block off one of the gates. I can double check, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. It's a cool city, Riften.
Hold. If you want to get into Riften, use... That's the north gate.
See, that's one area I feel like they could have just done the same thing and have the shakedown happen on either side of the gate. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but is that hard? Like, look, I don't know stuff about programming, but I don't think that's hard to do. Could probably just enter through the docks. It's Honeyside. Actually, maybe the Khajiit caravan's here and I can offload some stuff. I don't think they are here. No. Okay. Is my speech... Where's my speech at? Oh, yeah, my speech is fine.
Hold there. Before I let you into Riften, for the privilege of entering... All right, keep your voice down. You want everyone to hear you? I'll let you in. Just
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard.
The gate's
Vampire.
unlocked. You can head.
I had another run-in with a thief's guild.
Be careful, Leo.
There's the Elytra.
I don't know you. You in Riften looking for trouble?
You could end up in Riften jail.
Yeah? Well, I got news. Last thing the Blackbriars need is some string. The Blackbriar... Me? I'm Maul. I watch the streets for them. If you need dirt on anything, then we're speaking the same language. So what do you want to know? Do I look like a merchant? Get in good with them and you'll find her.
Okay,
Be seeing you around.
If you know what's good for you.
I'm going to go send you to the Tundra Homestead.
I know but how was I to know the shipment would get robbed?
Next time, keep your plans quieter, and nothing would have happened to it.
What? Are you telling me you robbed it? Why? Why are you doing this to me?
Look, Chandra, last warning. Pay up or else. All I care about is the gold. Everything else is
I
yours.
can't.
Real quick, do we have 3 flawless amulet? We have 1. Because there's that Medici quest you can...
Huh? What do you want? I owe a great deal of money to someone, and I think I was able to work out a deal with the stables in Whiterun. I borrowed some gold from Sapphire. Now Sapphire wants her money back, and if I don't pay her... You will? Oh, thank you. Be careful with Sapphire. She mixes with...
Okay.
People of Riften, heed my words. The return of the dragons
Never
is not
done an
mere
honest
coincidence.
day's work in your life for all
Yeah.
that coin you got.
I knew that's stupid. Look, this is really simple. I lent him some gold. He promised to pay me... All right, all right. I guess I made enough from his shipment. No need to waste any more time. Tell Shadra he doesn't owe me anything.
We talked about this. Taylor.
Blessings of Mara upon you. Wonderful. Where to... Mara is the... We also
I'm just
perform
running
wedding
through
ceremonies
this,
for all
so I could have a
Yes,
wedding at the temple.
If you were ready, of course. Typically love a person who is... When another person shows interest and the two agree to be together, one of them comes to the temple and we arrange a ceremony.
I could marry Aola, but, like, I don't think we're there yet, if you know what I'm saying. So, I'm,
I hope we bump into each other again.
Certainly we can come to some sort of an understanding.
I'm gonna just move on, you know?
Very well, Talon. I'll remove myself from this den of it.
We're getting a lot of quests going. That's another thing. To do this quest, you have to be part of the Thieves Guild. The Grey Cowl of Nocturnal, everything's coming on. See, that's a kind of quest we'll do when we're like, yeah, we're going to be a thief, you know?
Any luck with Sapphire? By the 8. I don't know what to say. Look, I was saving this, but I wanted you to have it. I thought I might need it if Sapphire came for me.
Cool.
I don't need it anymore.
I think Askeladd really fits in with thieves too. Yeah, I'm feeling sick actually. Thank you for reminding me. And I'm going to get this magic resistance quest. That's the other thing. All diseases cured.
What is it you seek, my child? We are devoted to the goddess. Her blessings are many. Not all to receive the touch. Explore. Are you prepared, then, to help bring the light across? The dawn surely opens. Mara has reflected an image. The village of Iverstead. This is the prayer. I will entreat Mara on your behalf.
Alright, Askeladd just got, you know, he got cured by the priests. So he's going to indulge a little bit of this. He's kind of, I guess, as much as he is curious, obviously, about the Daedric princes, and he'll do things for them and so on, but he's kind of like a curious kind of character. He's religiously curious. He'll see what stock there is to any of this sort of Thieves Guild stuff. So perhaps he will follow through and go and check out this quest, see what's going on with it. Have we got... I should probably wait like a few hours and just sell some stuff. They fixed him, surely, to stop him from approaching you.
Mike,
take a look.
Why would you want to even speak to me?
Keep your belly full and your shoulders strong.
Can I just what you see here?
He doesn't even have much, does he? Oh, I'll take that. Why not? Because I'm just going to clean you out anyway. Let's just give him a whole bunch of really sensitive documents. Don't need that, don't need those. Might need those, don't need those. Don't need those. Perfect.
Keep your eyes to the road.
Oh, she trains in light armor, doesn't she?
Greetings. Everything I've got on display, really.
Okay, let's sell that and that. We're definitely keeping those. Don't need a default. Probably don't even need that, to be honest.
Safe travels,
Okay.
Landstrider.
Come to see... Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Actually, will we oh no, we might enchant some stuff first. Let's just go over here. I might get training in light armor. Oh, maybe that's a waste. Maybe the smithing's better. Just something we can do in the background. I'll go to him and get training in smithing. Okay. I don't care what's going on. Oh, actually,
Spells
I am
and
pretty sure
incantations for those with the talent to cast them.
she might sell iron flesh. Perfect. I'll get soul trap while I'm here. Look at me buying and selling lots and lots of
Where
stuff.
did I put those spiders?
Yes and yes. Okay, let's do those with something. Fortify. Honestly, may as well. It's not like we'll have to save them up. We want to whatever returns the biggest investment on our enchanting skill. That's the main thing we're working on. Okay.
What do you need? Spells and incantations for those with the talent to cast them.
Do they sell? No, still haven't got anything. Still only that one flawed Vala stone. I can't sell it to her, but I can sell it to the people outside. Okay, let's suss out what the deal is with Iron Flesh. I cannot cast it yet. I have to halve the costs. But that's... oh yeah, I don't have magic, I think. Which is fine. Oh, actually... Or is that with... Cost 20% less. Does that factor in yet? Hold on. Here's an easy way to tell. Yes, it does factor that in. Cool.
You gonna buy everything I've got on display? Really?
Man, I've got a lot of stuff. The lockpicking could... I will keep that, just in case. I'll try and remember to use some of these, but man, I just don't.
Come back when you're ready to spend more gold.
Okay, let's get some smithing training.
What I do?
How much is it? 400 a pop. Okay. Let's do it. All right, we've got to start making some more money.
More smithing. Come see me again.
Off to make more money now. I do. Maybe we will use the Tundra Homestead because remember, it's Whiterun, and I know there's technically you can get like the Become Thane of Dawnstar and get the Halfire home there. And that's so close to Whiterun. It's basically on the fields of it, but you know, Tundra Homestead, it's cute. It's got spaces for the masks. I don't have to invest in lots of... I don't have to do like lots of hassle work in regards to making iron hinges and getting crafting pieces and so on. I'll admit, I'm somewhat easily distracted. I infiltrated the Thalmor embassy with the help of Delphine. Turns out they have no clue about the dragons, and they themselves are hunting down another surviving member of the Blades named Esben, and according to their reports, he's in Riften, so that's where I've headed, with a few stops along the way. I investigated an ancient tomb, learnt more of the dragon tongue, made some money, came across an orc stronghold, and I stuck my nose in the middle of their problems too. Curiosity got the better of me, and now I'm supposed to help the chief kill some giants. Though there's probably going to be a reward at the end of this, so I have to trust myself. I have a keen nose for the scent of gold. I've stopped off at Riften to unload to some merchants, and now have to head back out into the wilderness of the Rift. Okie dokie. Let's just discover this stone. I think there'll be a mage here. Some kind of necromancer or mage. What? Okay. Now let's go in with some judgment. Okay, where's this dog thing? Okay, well, we're not even going to use the Shadowstone, but now we are going to level up, and we're going to go into health still. We're going to go into alteration, get that adept. Now we can use Iron Flesh. That's easy enough. Cool. It's our new setup. Look at that. So back to like costing like pretty much our entire Magicka bar, but I feel like we'll be able to do a similar thing with Ebony Flesh. Keep alteration cast costs down. And yeah. How do we approach this one again? Oh, what's this dude?
Never should have come here.
Oh, okay. I actually got to keep an eye on arrows. Okay. Steel arrows. He's just stolen everything from them. Alright, let's go fight a dragon up top here and get a new word wall, get around to Fallhost, then onto the Malakath quest, then to Esben. Okay. Of course he's a... Well, that magic resistance coming in handy. Yes. How cool is this axe, man? I really like the axe. That's such a cool kill move. Hey. There we go, before he goes off the edge. I'm really liking Askeladd as a Dragon Slayer. It's just kind of fitting. Like, it's just coming so cleanly and... Ooh, invisibility. Well, that's actually where we're headed, across there, to Fallhost. Gonna make our way down the side of a mountain. Do you feel like we need... I do want to try something with the elemental fury. Ah, I know what to do. Cool. That made everything much easier. I'm not too fussed about the charge on that one. It doesn't really matter. What was this cave called again? Grom's Pass. Grom's Pass, huh? For some reason, I feel like this is a goblin. Should we explore it? That answer is yes. Absolutely. We want to try... This is an Anniversary Edition playthrough after all. We want to see the sort of, you know, content that's available. Yes, it is. Blue in the face. Okay. Lots of Orcs themed stuff in the Rift. Yeah, alright. Okay, they're like taller Reiklings, really, in terms of the skeleton design. Oh, whoops. I love the old Oblivion music. Listen to that. I'm just having a quick browse. Spear of Bitter Mercy. Basically, look, I think there's the goblin hunters and stuff, but apparently one of the goblins has got the Spear of Bitter Mercy, but you can't actually use it. Why not use some of these stamina potions that I have like 1,000,000 of? Whoa. What is shocking me? Is it just her hitting me with a... Oh no, maybe it's this guy. The blue god is now the dead god. Huh. Actually, let me just start that again. Let me read. The tribe demanded I prove myself as a hunter. They want me to trap some game and return to the stronghold, probably for a celebratory feast. It shouldn't be too hard. I already set up the snare by the water. Now I can just sit back and let the food come to me. My snare trap doesn't seem to be working. I tied it to a stick. Okay, we can skip that. So basically, this seems like... So it's only been a few days, but I already feel like giving up. I'm hungry and I've gone through all the bread Atub gave me. By Malakat, they really expect me to die out here. The rabbits are nimble to chase down. I thought I could just grab one. Yada yada. So basically he's out here hunting, and he's from the same stronghold that Chief Yamaz is running, but Malakat's blessing, I'm alive. I found a cave south of the camp, full of strange blue mushrooms, which I immediately ate. I remember Atub saying something about mushrooms being poisonous, but I didn't get sick, so what does she know? Yada yada. He comes back to Largashba with a sack full of mushrooms one by one. They spit and mocked me for the hunting skills. Chief Yamaz took a hammer and crushed the sack and then dumped the contents on my head. And they all laughed. Then he goes and leaves alone, the tribe. And he went back to the cave. He fell into a pit, yelled out for help. Horde of green monsters, aka goblins. They start treating him like an honored guest. Blessings of Malakath. It turns out they think I'm a god. They don't seem to treat other orcs the same, so it must be the blue stains on my face. I need to thank Yamaz for dumping that sack on my head. I think I'll do that right before I have my goblin's claw open his face. My army's growing by the day. Collecting blue mushrooms from Cyrodiil to keep up the whole blue paint kind of thing. I figured out who it was that saw me, that nasty little runt with a funny looking spear. It seems he's the hunter of the group. He reminds me of every orc back at Largashba who laughed in my faith. I tried to grab the spear from him, but he must have done something to it because it was too heavy to lift. I don't know if it's Hircine or Malakath that's protecting him, but he needs to learn that goblins only have one god, the blue god me. The tunnel goblins were using... Look, I'm... Okay. So, so he left Largashba, covered himself in his blue mushroom stuff. They think he's a blue god, the blue god. Also cool, we got a new staff. And the blue god is another, like, there's references to it in the Elder Scrolls Blades game, that he basically considers himself a... goblins worship him as the blue god. Now, apparently there's this companion that is, or person that is thrown in there. So maybe, from what I've heard, from what I remember, can be a companion, which is pretty cool. Oh wow, that's useful if I do want to do that. Also, a generic glass battle axe. What's that? 55? 45. Okay. Sun's is better still. It's the thing about legendary anniversary editions on the Creation Club stuff. It's a little bit unbalanced. Let's just check what this does. Restore Magicka. If I ever need these mushrooms, there's a whole lot of them here. Dwarven oil and such. But maybe this goblin might be a fun companion for a change. How do I go about getting in there? Is there a... Oh, right here. Just wanted to talk. I have to get all aggressive. Okay, I think, and since, what's this? Where's Aola? Since Aola's, I might send her back.
I'll head back home if you need me.
Okay, so I guess she goes back to Namira's coven.
Until next time.
And she can take all that cool armor with her, it's fine. I don't need to sell her for the money. Gog. Look at our goblin buddy with a spear of bitter mercy. That's cool. And it's a Hircine artifact, so... He's not small. Like... Okay. So you can go... Oh, so you can customize them a fair bit. That's cool. I feel... Oh, that's a cooler thing than the iron, I think. I'll change the helmet, but I'm pretty sure the helmet's cool. Like, what? Yeah, the skull mask for sure. I feel like this is a really cool companion, actually. Something different for a Reachman to have a loyal goblin with a spear of bitter mercy. I'm pretty sure it summons a Storm Atronach too, so... yeah, let's roll with Gog for a bit. We've sent Aola back. We've had a long adventure with her. Someone understands me. It's good too. Got like a closer relationship with Aola. And she's got a hold of the Imperial Dragon armor, which I would just be selling anyway, to be honest, if I didn't. So it's good. She's a useful companion. Bit random, isn't it? There goes Aola. Cool. Okay. Sorry, I've probably been saving a ridiculous amount, but... So there you go, Blue God. That actually, that's nice too. That fits in very nicely with this whole, like, Lagashpa, the rest of the Orc tribe in the Rift. There's this to do. I'm just tagging the things, like I can ignore the markers. I'm just tagging the things that I know we want to tackle. What's the go down here again? Is it a vigilant post or something? Okay. Let's see him go. Okay. Cool. It's cool that we have a character with a spear. A little bit of a different weapon. Obviously, the only reason we can't use it is because there's no animations and stuff for spear. Oh, that's right. The mage gone wrong. Some kind of summoning circle or... Okay. Didn't summon a Storm Atronach that time. Gog. I think Gog is how you'd say it. Or Gok. Or something like that. I don't know if the H is trying to make it sound a little more spicy, a little more guttural or something. Like a tribal sound. I'm just going to call him Gog. Is he actually following? Yeah, he is. Cool. Little disease-ridden creatures wolves can be. I'm always cautious. I'm like, oh, am I going to get a disease? What's the go here again? I feel ridiculous. Is this not the way to get into... He's supposed to go a different way? Like... It's horrifying. Is there any cool chest or something in here? Oh, you're supposed to walk in the front. Okay. Well. You can do it that way if you want, I guess. Oral host.
You there! Hold! If you're a true friend to Skyrim, you will help me in my mission. The General has sent me to obtain a powerful weapon for the war effort.
This can kind of work if it's in... The disguise can work if they're Imperial, but like High Elf Stormcloak, I don't buy it.
Very good. The research I've done seems to indicate that Skorm Snowstrider left part of his journal here after laying siege. I believe it should indicate how to enter the blocked off sections of the stronghold. I should warn you. Foralhost is quite haunted, but I'm sure you can handle it. Return to me here once you've obtained the staff.
I don't think I officially joined the Stormcloaks by helping him. I think maybe it just defaults to it. Oh, isn't this how you can... Yeah, you can get like a full set of ancient Nord arrows too. I don't think Okay. You can't trade with him. Well, I'll guess I'll hold it. I've got enough space. Would he give me a skull? Kinda don't want it. Thanks, though. I better get an iron flesh off. Why not something too? Oh, cool. That's right. You can get Dragon Priest daggers here. Don't really need them though. Fine. Whoops. And off he goes. Just headbutt the air, I guess. This book has just lasted thousands of years here. Okay, I guess you gotta take it. Whoopsie. Okay. Sure. Didn't need the steel warhammer to be honest, but... Okay, you know what? I don't know why I'm flailing around with that. You know what I might try and do, actually? Is see how this goes down. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay, it's faster, but not ridiculously so, but maybe it's worthwhile using this for a bit. It's a cool effect, eh? I swear Chrismir is supposed to be in here, but I don't know where exactly. So, we'll find it. Less damage, but, you know. I want to try and use this Whirlwind Sprint combo. Well, sorry, Elemental Fury. It's a very open sort of dungeon, this one. Okay. Some of them are just easier than others. Like, they just fell almost instantly. Well, did fall instantly. Come on, where's another one before this runs out? Oh, you know what I should be doing? Dawnbreaker. Okay. There we go. You know what? Let's actually even wear the ring. Isn't the ring around here? Yeah. Ring of Major Wielding. Let's go. Does this count as undead? Surely. Yeah, it does, because it's running. Oh, don't run too far. No. Come back. Ah, oh, you're gonna make me. Oh, a hulking Drago. For the Dragon Priest, I'll use this, and then also... Actually, just real quick. Are you gonna leave? Good. Okay, what was I gonna do? There's something I have to do. Oh, I will use the one-handed potion when we get to the dragon. Recharge. Of course I have to recharge stuff. The flawed Valor Stone. I can always find. Okay, is that to the main room again? I just want to go back because I feel like I missed out having a look around. There is a chest. Oh, awesome. Paralyze enchantment. So this was where we entered, right? Okay. That's where we entered, and the gate that was... I did not like that, thanks God. Okay. Cool. Everything is understood. Fall Host Crypt. No soul gem large enough? Dunno, sounds fake to me. Just use a greater soul gem, why not? It'll... A master lock gate. Do you reckon that lock-picking thing hangs on the whole time? 30 seconds to get this. Okay. It's the other way. Whoops. Well, there we go. Nothing in here. Let's check what's going on. And this dungeon's pretty wide. Okay. Just trying to figure out. And this is a sneaky passage, perhaps? Why did I even pick those up? So, if, you know, this was the last stronghold for a little, for people who care about the lore, this was the last stronghold of the dragon cult that was, like, killed off by King Harold and such in the first era, like, really early. Whoa! Oh, that could have been the end of me. Whoa. Actually, I'm getting ganked a little bit. Okay, hold on. Just to be safe, let's just throw a few of these in. Okay. Now I'm really curious where the other one, like the other path is, the non-path that I just locked. Like, you know, I went through the master gate, and I'm curious what was on the other side. Or, like, sorry, what is the traditional way? Oh, I could just use healing right now, because I've got an enemy in proximity. Actually, oh no. Why not? And then, wasn't there a restoration? Yeah, why not? Just chopping away. You know what? Let's use one of the potions now, because otherwise it's just going to take a long while. Done. Man, we do go through. We go through some charge for sure. Oh, nearly every time. The reflectory. Damn it. Goblins got in the way. Should have got that dwarven helmet, to be honest. What is happening? Okay, alright. Heal up. Yeah, there we go. Restoration at 25. That's respectable. And now if we, like, we could easily, you know, with 2 perk points, we could get into Novice and then Apprentice and then start properly leveling up Restoration. Oh, of course I can't do that. Actually, maybe I will actually just use some Magicka potions for once. What am I looking for? Dawnbreaker. Sorry, I'm only using a weird angle because I don't want to hit gold. That magic resistance is pretty OP. If I got... Do they all go fleeing down there? Oh no, they must be up because there's no other option. Okay, hold on. Someone was taking pot shots at me and I can't see from where. Alright, let's level up. Chanting's at 65. Everyone's got me considering using Restoration. Definitely don't need that. That's enough. We're leveling at a good pace. We're not really leaning into the sneak thing hard at the moment. It's usually just for the initial shot. We've got plenty of light armor. Archery can't level up yet. Two-handed can't yet. Still not sold on going into one-handed meaningfully. Smithing. Is it 60? No, it's 70. Alright, let's do it. Restoration it is. So now we go there. Then we can go into Respite's a great perk. Regeneration is also, and Apprentice. And then we can get fast healing and we can just a little bit more utility, even less reliance on potions really, but also we can start getting up the skill at a meaningful pace. Alright, cool. I'm really liking the leather scout armor. I think it's cool that we found a good aesthetic for the character that really, you know, fits. Real quick, we've got plenty on that. I need that staff. Have these all been filled with useless souls? That's my bad, really. Okay, I'm not cool on this. Let's use... Oh no, actually, better strategy. Glass Battle Axe. Elemental Fury. Cool. I'm sure they can summon another one. Let's switch it up. Get off one of them. Yeah, maybe the best way to go about this is to kill whoever summoned it, which might be this one. Or might not be. Let's actually do it this way. For more XP. Okay. Let's get past. Let's go hunt them down. Where are they? Come on. Oh, come on, before I get sandwiched between them. Okay. Okay. Cool. Alright, we gotta kind of pick up some stuff. I feel like that thing about that glass claw. Good thing I saw that, because I know the Dawnbreaker like effect knocks everything everywhere. It can be really frustrating. Okay, now I can breathe for a second and actually go back and look at what I missed. There was... Oh, it was all death bells. I thought they were like potions. Maybe they were. Look, I gotta move on. Nothing there. We gotta get Regat. Oh, that was easy as. Ebony shield. Good haul. Ugh. There we are. So we're not going up there yet. Okay. Like I said, this is the lockpicking episode. Just looking for feel points, like I'm just gonna break into... Well, we got a little bit of turn there, so it's like here-ish. There we go. Oh, is that it? Just to get the track? No, 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 don't do this to me. Please. Please, back up. There we go. Did I, like, ignore the signs? Am I being... Oh, that's right, because I went some strange way, didn't I? I went through, like, a locked... I'm aware I'm going roundabouts now, but I'm trying to get my bearings again. So... That just jumps down, and there's no way. Whoa. Maybe there is a way. Oh, my headphones fell out. Oh, it was up here. Too quick for you. Okay. Actually, let's see if oh no, we definitely have things we could disenchant. Paralyze bow. Or I'm gonna hang on to that for the moment, just because we're trying to get through this dungeon. And what was the other way? Was there any door? No. Oh my goodness. Whoops. Here we go. Okay. Oh, the glass claw. Alright, what are we doing with this? G for the glass claw. It is fox, owl, snake to the bottom. So it is fox, owl, snake. Fox, owl, snake. We've got a bunch of good pieces of gear to go and give back to the, well, not give back to, but go to the Tundra. The Tundra homestead to place. This is where I did promise I was going to use the potion. I'm going to use all of my stamina things. May as well even use that. Why not? Okay. I've been put into a fight. Cool. I have a resist fire potion. No. Obviously, we could just go through this character much easier if we... I'm trying to wait for you to not have a wall. Whatever. It's not worth dying over. Let's do double healing. The balcony key. The dragon priest staff. And Rugut. And we can check. Oh, that's kind of what we're going to need for the alteration thing later on. I got duped. Whoops. Chase these guys around the place. One thing you can't do actually in Skyrim, like you could do in Oblivion, is enchanting services. You can't just get someone to recharge your weapons for you. Okay. Getting a lot of stuff. Getting uncomfortably close to too much gear. we're definitely gonna have to like drop back soon. As cool as that is as a staff, I don't know how many staffs I'm gonna use. Like this kind of, once you use this as a staff, nothing else compares. The battlements. Oh, this. Here we go. This is the Lost Paladin. And there he goes, disappears, and he has Chrysamere. Oh, it does have a recharge, but look at that, 10% absorb magicka, which the highest, it's caps at, no it doesn't cap, sorry, magic resistance caps at 80% or 85%, I can't remember, but spell absorption goes to 100. So if you can actually stack it, like so for example, if you had the Atronach Stone, which gives you a 50% spell absorption, along with some other gear, I think some of the Mirax gear, and so on. But it's a cool sword to use. And it gives you the same effect as dragon skin around you the whole time. Helps you resist fire. Very knightly looking sword. What did I even learn? I completely missed. It must have been... Oh, Stormcall. Yeah, that's cool. Actually, I better use some of these souls. Frost Breath, why not? I'll save one in case I come across something that I desperately want and then can't.
The research I've done seems to indicate that Skorm Snowstrider left part of his journal here.
Wait, who in blazes
Got
is
something
this?
to say? Oh, hold on, I can explain.
You rat. You're not a soldier at all. Must be one of the Thalmor. Never should have come.
Why are you attacking me? What did I do? Yep. Feel a little dogged by him. And off with your head. Cool. So he seemingly was like a Thalmor agent. And yeah, that's Fall Host wrapped up. But we got a Dragon Priest mask. I didn't actually try that on, but there you go, it's heavy armor, increases stamina. Look, it clips, but it's not too bad with... I feel like the leather scout armor's not too bad with it. The clipping's kinda bad, but... I don't know. Okay. I feel like I don't know why I picked up the Ancient Nord armor. Really didn't need to, but... is what it is. We're not going to get to the Book of Love this episode, but... I'll make this one a little bit longer, because I love you guys, so... Let's... I guess it's like the same-ish distance. Let's just make things happen, shall we? Let's go deal with this whole Yamaz situation and the giants. Become ethereal, so useful. What an entrance. Whoops. That was a real superhero entrance. Let's do it. Wait, meet Yamaz at... Oh, it still kind of weirdly thinks I'm... Okay, the map markers have sort of screwed. But yeah, just to comment on Chrysamere. Chrysamere was a sword in Morrowind, I think, and it wasn't anything special in particular. It's just one of those books that's described in Jaeger and Bagan's book called, and basically just says that it was it's called the Paladin Sword, I'm pretty sure, or Sword of the Lost Paladin. I can't remember. It's not the craziest, I wouldn't say, like, fantastic implementation. It's just about it. Shake your head. But yeah, it's not the craziest implementation. I think it's just sort of added, and I don't know why he kind of looks like a dragon cult member. King. Oh, that's useful, the Drought of the Berserker. Might have to use that at some point. Where are we headed? Because my markers have... Yep, straight ahead. Cool. When you realize we're just going to get our hands on Volendrung and then I've got more weapons to carry. We're definitely... What we're going to do, we're going to go do this quest. We're going to head back to the Tundra Homestead for a little bit before we leave Riften permanently, because we are just carrying way too much stuff. And then we will... by the end of it, we can go to Riften, sell some stuff, go back to Tundra Homestead, drop stuff off, and then we're going to come back to Riften for the start of the next episode and keep going and find Esben.
Let's just get this over with. Oh, of course, because Malakath would... I'll lead the way, but you'd better back me up.
Okay, protect your Mars. How do we go about this best? I'm thinking Iron Flesh and the bow will probably be relying on a bit more this time around. This is another really cool location. I remember, like, I'm thinking back to my first Skyrim playthrough of just doing all the different Daedric quests and hunting all the artifacts, and yeah, it was a nostalgic time. Apologize if you can hear any construction. I should try and be able to mute it, but you know, I decided to do a Let's Play that decides to put construction near me. I wish, well, no, I don't wish it was destruction. That would be just as loud. Oh. Okay, so that's how much I can actually take. Oh, it's his Storm Atronach he summoned. Okay, with the spear. It's kind of cool that the goblin can summon like that. Okay. Protect your Mars. I'm gonna try and... Is it actually... Did he not come or something? Did he not come through? Do I not have a choice now? I might have to keep going and just see what happens, because there's another loading screen there. Maybe it will just push him through. Ugh, hate it when that happens. Yeah, there we go. He's using a Storm Atronach when it suits him. Oh, glass greatsword. I would prefer that. We are carrying way too much stuff. Oh, we can drop that easy. Alright, please, 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 I hope he just loads in here. Bears, I guess. Alright. Winnie the Pooh is dead. Please just... Otherwise we're gonna have to go back and, like, handhold. Awful. We're gonna have to go handhold him. Can I actually just fast travel to the front from here? Damn. I thought he was following me. He really does need to be handheld the whole time. Do we have any... No, I'll just keep moving. It's a pretty beautiful little spot. Man, I still can't wrap my head around what Elder Scrolls 6 is going to look like in terms of graphics. Like, even considering... Because obviously, PC graphics will always be great. But they serve things to the lowest common denominator, and the lowest common denominator is consoles. So the consoles more or less determine your graphics, because people build games to play on consoles primarily. And that's fine. And then, so you'll have, you know, I guess whatever you expect from the PS5 and Xbox Series X. But you also got to consider, by the time it's out, it's kind of going to be like pretty far into the life cycle of those consoles. Okay, now we can go into Fallowstone Cave. I'm sorry to do it exactly how you like. Okay, now we should just follow, I think. This really is our third episode, isn't it? We're doing about 10 levels every 4-ish hours. Well, 10-ish. It's slowed a little bit because we're, like, what, 27? It's a good, nice pace. Nice, balanced character. It's cool. I'm enjoying it. We've been doing... I think this episode's been a little bit less... Not I was going to say like less role-playing. Like there's plenty of role-playing still, just less big moments, I guess. It's been a lot of... Oh, whoops. It's been a lot more just, you know, working through it all. Working through, like, you know, building skills, building equipment, stuff like that. Is this where your Mars says some stuff to you?
All right. I'll go kill this giant. Unless, of course... All right. I'll go kill this giant. Unless, of course, you'd like to make some extra gold. I'm tired. You kill the giant. Bring me the hammer. We go back to Lagerspur. You keep your mouth shut, and I pay you.
Okay, this, to be fair, this is the kind of thing that I would do, that Askeladd would do, sorry, so...
Good. I'll be waiting right here.
And as funny as it is to see him get yeeted into the air... I can slay the giant. Whoops, just boring on my part. Shagrol's Warhammer. gold. Oh, they're not actually that worthwhile. We've got to be careful with what we pick up. And there's a chest. And there's that nice shrine of Malakath. Gold. Yeah, we can sell these. Earth. We're going to have to alleviate ourselves of some of this stuff. Okay, where are you at with Dawnbreaker? Let's use another petty gem. Okay, and what else have we got that we can drop? Surely... For some reason I always, like, when I see it's higher quality, I'm like, oh, I gotta... Oh, no question. Alright. All that stuff, we can drop it. Okie dokes, let's keep rolling.
Excellent work. You have a true fighting spirit. Did that better than I could have. Of course, I can't let you leave here alive. Wouldn't want anyone finding out. Never strike.
Alright, the execution of Yamaz. Oh, wow, he's actually... Maybe it's just a skill, like he doesn't seem to be doing a lot of... Well, he's not really getting many hits in.
I'll see a real fight. Do your work.
Okay.
Yamaz was a fool. Always trying to scheme his way out of responsibility. But you took care of him and the giants. 2 problems solved at once. Now, take Shagrel's hammer back to Larnishburg, and we'll see about whipping the rest of them into shape.
I feel like that was a good spot. Like, I feel like having Gog along too for this whole, like, what would you call it? Not a saga. Well, I guess so. For this little Rift sort of orc-themed saga, you know, we've got Malakath and the whole Blue God quest and stuff like that. I feel like it's nice having along. I like switching up companions too, you know. Sort of have different adventures. To Askeladd, like eventually, obviously, when you're doing the Dawn Guard stuff, you'll have Serana with you. It's nice to mix it up. I'm still not sure what to do with the Dawn Guard eventually when we do get around to it, whether we should go, you know, just the traditional Dawn Guard, use the crossbows, stuff like that, or could have a darker route, could go vampire, and, you know, it could be a cool thing. We'll see. Okay. Let's go to Riften and sleep first. By sleep, I mean wait.
A letter. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
More letters. Cool. Level up. Probably that, and we'll go get fast healing as well. Speak to you.
Oh, thank you. Divines bless
May as well use
Take a look.
Branchet before we do the Thieves Guild. Oh,
Keep your eyes to
do we actually have no gold?
You gonna take a look?
Yeah.
Come back when
Okay.
you're ready to spend more
Maybe I
gold.
can pawn or something to him.
Everything I've got on display, really.
Not yet. Actually, I don't want to sell him anything yet. Because we can enchant those rings and then sell them.
Travels, Landstrider.
Oh, and let's switch back to the Gold Ring of Archery.
Come to see Balaman perform. Take a look.
Anything spicy here? Not really. Alright. We'll do without the battle axe. We'll do without that. Do without the ebony shield. Do without the helmet of archery. We don't need the scaled helmet. I'm gonna hold on to those. Do we even need the element? You know what? I don't know how well the elemental
If you need any more smithing work,
combo is even going to work out. Like, do we need the elemental fury combo?
On prawn. Come on in, take a look. Well, trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Maybe as grand soul gems and stuff I can. I've got to stop doing that because I am wearing down my stuff. As cool as this is, this goblin totem staff, it's just absolutely not for this character. Perhaps another type, like a build, with a stronger theme, but it's definitely not. It doesn't scream Askeladd to me, if you know what I'm saying. And it's just chain lightning, so that can go too. I could probably get rid of the glass greatsword. It can go. I'll make some of that back when I should have done these haggling potions. I always, forget. We don't need invisibility at all. Fine, dry. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Heaps of soul gems to use.
Aye.
Whoop, wait. This will be funny if it exists. Still, because I don't have the unofficial patch even running. But
Allow me to She's an
tell me.
Why, just this last week I was commenting to my.
So you can persuade.
I'm the. Just take my advice, and just.
Okay, yeah. So they fixed it. Okay, cool.
Come back and see us again.
Because you could use that was an old speech glitch. You could use that to just
I'm off work
level up your speech ridiculously.
I'll be back there in the morning.
I didn't pick up any diseases. Nope. Okay, so we'll go here by fast healing, disenchant, enchant stuff. We're getting there. You can
Excuse me. So, you wish to master
join
the
me on the
arcane
ride. Fast healing, fast healing. There we are. Fast healing. There are other interesting alteration spells. I guess not really.
Oh.
Book. Fast healing. So restoration, yeah, 27. Like that's great for us. We could just.
Spiders.
Okay, actually, we will disenchant that because it's not that essential. Why not? Let's get good at enchanting, if you know what I'm saying. Cool. Let's also recharge everything. Oh, that's right. It has a bar, weirdly, but it doesn't actually go down. Oh, everything's... Ah, this is what needs a little boost. There we go. I am still carrying a lot of stuff.
Huh. I had you figured for a mage. I
So
think you'll
that,
appreciate this.
so that, and that.
Okay. Now where did I put those spiders?
Okay. I think that's sufficiently sold enough. Time to go to Largashpa.
You have no business in our but I see. He did not survive. What? Why would he do such a thing?
Yamars was a coward and a weakling. His deceitful ways have cost you all greatly.
So he has been punished. And what of us? What fate shall we suffer?
You'll have to prove yourselves, but I'm willing to give you a chance. Gullerzo's in charge now. Let's hope he's a better chief. You place that hammer on the shrine. You're the only one who's proven worthy in all of this.
Volendrung. Look at that sky, it's so pretty. So now we've got Volendrung as well. It's a cool hammer. We're picking up a lot of weapons now, more than I think we need. That quest is also like a quest item. Alright, let's go back to Tundra Homestead, drop some stuff, and then we can end the episode. We will be returning to the Rift next time, but, you know, with less stuff. Oh. They all hang out inside my house? I'm going to need you to wait for me at Rift and see a fella. I'm not a big fan of having him in my house. Like, inside. For some reason, I thought they'd be, like, kind of hanging outside. So. Now, here is Ragot. I know it's Ragot or something like that. The claw. The glass claw. Cool. I think there's a bug jar we've got. Butterfly in a jar. Nothing else. Is there just a straight up chest in here? There is not, so I will be using that chest. I don't know. I don't trust weapon racks. Something about them sometimes, like, worry they'll, like... Ugh. Yeah, whatever. I'll just suck it up and use them. Okay. Savior's Hide. Does the ring even appear on a mannequin? No, it doesn't. Okay. Volendrung. I feel like we're using Chrisimir now, not really Sun's Judgment as much. Let's see what that looks like. They just don't sit right with me on the wall. Maybe if I did that one first. And then Volendrung. I guess that sits better. We might be using this as a temporary home too. We might instead be going to Hendraheim. But the moment, this is what I'm feeling. We can keep that, you know. Still gotta go fishing one day. Guess I could even keep Ring of Namira around. Just checking through all the stuff. Got so much enchanting to do. Yeah. So now we're using Chrysamere, Dawnbreaker, Bow of Shadows. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's it. I'll have this... I do hear that little bug somewhere. Alright, sleep in the bed till the morning. $6 a.m.'s fine. Rise and grind, you know. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. That is where Askeladd's at the moment. That is... We got a lot done this episode. We're now level 28. Lots of skill up. Yeah, there's a lot going on. You'll hear all about it in the recap. But thank you very much for watching. And we'll see you in the next one. Thank you very much. Bye. Well, I do have to say, slaying dragons is slowly moving from a novel experience to an everyday occurrence, but I suppose hunting dragons comes with the new job description. I have a new companion now, a friendly goblin fellow named Gog. He is in possession of an artifact I know quite a lot about, the Spear of Bitter Mercy, an item inseparable from Hircine in the tales of my mother's people, so much so that at times Hircine himself is referred to as the spear with 5 points. Gog must be truly special if he is in possession of such a spear, a true hunter indeed. I parted ways with Aola in the meantime. She has returned to make appearances at the Coven. We will see each other again. So my new goblin friend helped me get hands on a new sword, Chrysamere, and a dragon priest mask named Ragot. And we also finished up this whole orcish chief business, and Malakath himself spoke to me and gifted me Volendrung, a great warhammer. I do have to say, fortune favours me as of late. I'm drowning in priceless artifacts. But now I suppose I better get to this old man in Riften before the Thalmor get him. I think I've delayed enough.